Hampton Town Board to order on this 9th day of May, 2023. Please rise if you're able and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. I'd like to ask that you join us in a brief moment of silence. We like to begin our meetings like this, where we take a moment to think about all the men and women of our armed services that are, put their lives on the line so that we can enjoy our freedoms here at home. If we could take a moment to send our thoughts and prayers to them for their safe return home and to thank them for their service. So let's join together in silence. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Certainly. All right. Supervisor Schneiderman,
Present?
Councilwoman McNamara. Present. Councilman Martell.
Present.
Councilman Bouvier.
Here.
Councilman Scavone.
Present.
Okay, so, let's see, we have a few additional agenda items. Let's see if we can add that to our agenda. These are walk-ons. The first one, 34794, is our 9th warrant. The next one, 43266, sponsored by Councilman Bouvier, recalls and amends Town Board Resolution 2021-791 for the distribution of the CDBG COVID funds. And then lastly, 43313 authorizes the supervisor to provide certain assurances and indemnify the County of Suffolk in furtherance of dredging activities at North Sea Harbor. I'll make a motion to walk those three resolutions on.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This requires a supermajority vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, it's unanimous. So we will take those resolutions up toward the end. Next, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of our April 25th meeting. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, if you plan on speaking today, there are cards to fill out in the hall. Please do so. Next, I'd like to ask our clerk, Cindy Schermeyer, to read the communications.
The following communications have been received in the office of the town clerk. We have received public notices from the Suffolk County Department of Economic Development and Planning regarding a notice of tentative 2023 agricultural districts enrollment period review. Town of Riverhead notice of adoptions, Town of Southold public hearing notice, Village of North Haven a public hearing notice. From the Village of Southampton, we have received Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation applications for 599 Ox Pasture Road, Southampton, and 104 Post Crossing, Village of Southampton. Financial disclosure statement filings have been filed from the listed individuals, and we have received New York State liquor license 30-day advance notice to local municipalities from the listed entities. We have received emails, letters, and land use applications regarding the following: additional vehicle access to Good Ground Park in Hampton Bays, Bel Air Cove, 20 Shinnecock Road, Hampton Bays, Planning Board matter of Hampton 6 Realty Corp., Hampton Bays, proposed beach driving pilot program for Triton Lane in East Quogue, proposed lithium battery storage facility in Hampton Bays, proposed skate park, Mill Road, West Hampton, review of the Hampton Bays Water District's potable drinking supply, safety at Good Ground Park in Hampton Bays. We received a planning board application for 7 Percy Avenue in West Hampton, and zoning board of appeals applications for 322 East Montauk Highway, Hampton Bays, 36 Boathouse Road, Hampton Bays, and 626 Dune Road, West Hampton. Bid and request for proposals have been received on April 26, 2023 for 2022 Ford F-350 2022 F-250, and a second notice for a 2022 Ford F-600. The following reports were filed from the Town Comptroller's Office for the April 2023 monthly financial reports, and that concludes the communications for this meeting's agenda.
All right, thank you, Cindy. All right, so today we have 12 public hearings. Public hearings will be followed by public portion. During the public hearings, you can speak on the public hearing. If you want to speak on something other than what's before us at the hearings, you can do that in public portion. This is a hybrid meeting, something that really grew from the COVID pandemic, where we started allowing the public to be able to participate from remote locations. We found it's pretty convenient, less cars on the road, and it makes it less pollution too, but also it makes it easier for the public to approach their elected representatives. And so we've kept it going. So we always take comments from the audience present first, and then we go to our online viewers. All right, so we're going to start with public hearing 1. Madam Clerk, would you read the first public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 1 for supplemental funding for WQIP of Round Pond Stormwater and Restoration WQIP project.
Actually, before we introduce this, I neglected that Councilwoman McNamara had wanted to say something about what, public hearing 6?
Public hearing number 6 for Triton Lane.
You have the floor.
So I understand there's people here to speak on the public hearing for Triton Lane for the beach parking. It is my intent to close that public hearing and take no further action as we look for another location that is more conducive to what we're looking to do and could facilitate more people in a safer manner. So by all means, you are willing to stay and speak on that public hearing, but I do plan on closing it, and I will not be sponsoring a resolution to put parking at that location. I know some of you have children and you have other things to do with your day, so just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. Can I just ask one follow-up question? Will anyone else be proposing that they're taking that up?
A fair question. I'm a no.
Okay.
No.
We just want to make sure it sits on the staff.
No, so it's not.
Good question.
Disagree.
One more question. Can I just leave some
Sure.
documentation, letters?
So, yes.
Right here.
And so what will happen, Robin, we will open up the hearing. So,
This is our recent letter.
so
This is our
Sunday,
2016 letter.
when we open up the hearing, we'll take those in as part of the record. So they'll officially be part of the record on number 6.
This
But
is-
you can hold on to them for now, and then we'll incorporate them. If anybody else has written materials they want to submit,
Petition we had signed.
I'll
Do you want to take this?
I'm
Do
not
you want-
I'll leave.
okay, and then we intend to close the public hearing and take no action.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Okay?
Thank you. Have a nice day, everyone.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you all for coming out this
Okay,
afternoon.
so now we are back to public
Sorry.
hearing number 1, and this, again, is for supplemental funding for the water quality improvement project of Round Pond Stormwater Restoration WQIP project, and Jacqueline Fenlon is here she's our CPF program manager, and she will introduce.
Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor and Town Council members. It's really nice to see you on such a lovely day. We are here because a Round Pond Water Quality and Stormwater Restoration Project, which was originally funded in 2018, definitely hit some delays, and with the pandemic also needs a cost adjustment for $260,075. So this is a project that was previously funded in 2018 with the 20% water quality funding. That allocation and funding was for $187,000 due to cost changes, as well as the additional stormwater retention and revegetation that's proposed at the end of the road. They are asking for these additional funding.
Jackie, could you explain what the project entails?
Sure. So this road used to go all the way down almost to the pond's edge with scoring and erosion stormwater, which would essentially go right into Round Pond. What they're doing now is they're proposing a cul-de-sac and terminus, which will allow people to turn around, and then as well as grass pavers, which allows stable access, like a kayak launch essentially down to the pond as well. And then you'll see all this green area as well will be retained with native vegetation.
And all that qualifies as water quality improvements?
Correct, yes, because we'll be we will be stopping the stormwater from polluting Round Pond, and it will be treated through drainage as well as rain gardens and passive native vegetation as
And for our viewers, Round Pond is where?
well. Round Pond is in Sag Harbor. Sorry, I don't have a bigger aerial, but
Part of the Long Pond Greenbelt?
part of the one.
Okay.
If I could chime in here, Jackie, and to further answer the supervisor's question, what currently exists there is a bulkhead that is under the jurisdiction of the Southampton Town Trustees. The bulkhead is in disrepair, and one of the reasons why this project was initiated was because of the repairs on the bulkhead would be quite expensive, so it was considered to do a shoreline restoration, wetlands restoration, and also to mitigate stormwater runoff as well. The location of this project is interjurisdictional between the Southampton Town Trustees, the Village of Sag Harbor, as well as the Town of Southampton. Middle Line Highway is the boundary line between the Village of Sag Harbor and the Town of Southampton.
And removing the bulkhead has environmental benefits, right, by allowing stormwater to be filtered, right, mitigated before it enters the pond.
Yeah, and I think the board had seen the report about that early on, so we're pretty aware of it.
This first came to us in 2018. It has been reviewed by the Village of Sag Harbor, the Sag Harbor Harbor Committee, the trustees of the Town of Southampton. Earlier this year, myself and Nick Jimenez from our engineer's office, we held public hearings with the neighbors in the Village of Sag Harbor as well as here in Southampton Town. So we've got plenty of input and feedback from the community
The
at large.
parking area is all pervious.
Yes, I believe it's skyscrapers in this location. I don't know if you would call it parking though, it's more like a stabilized access point.
Okay.
Yeah, that is an access. There was a concern in the community from emergency responders. I've been working on this. And they wanted it, for good reason, they wanted access to the pond. It's a pond where people are ice skating in the wintertime, and our fire department and the EMS wanted access. And we're going to have park benches down at the pond side so people can still skate on the pond, still have access to it.
Okay.
Without a bulk.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. We'll go to the public. Let me just see, I don't think I saw any cards. Day, is this one that you're here for?
Just to support, I don't need to.
Okay. Is anyone who wants to be heard at the first public hearing? All right, let me just check online. If you are watching from home or office or other remote location and you want to be heard just on public hearing 1, which is some increased funding for a water quality improvement project for Round Pond and Sag Harbor area, you need to click the raise hand icon, usually found at the bottom of your screen, and then we will bring you into our meeting. So, if you're here for the first public hearing, please indicate so. Okay,
And that, the reso's on for today?
It is.
all right, so I will make a motion to close public hearing number 1,
Second?
seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Madam Clerk, the second public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 2, on the acquisition of land of Five Towns College located at 4 Enterprise Zone Drive, Riverside, for water quality improvement purposes.
All right, thank you, Sunday, and again, Jacqueline Fenlon, our CPF program manager, will introduce this.
Good afternoon. So this is the public hearing to consider the acquisition of 4 Enterprise Drive, which is right here. This is a 3.6 acre parcel of land located in Riverside, and it's 900, tax map number 900-141-1-9.7. This is with the Five Towns College as the owner, which has expressed interest in selling the property for $2 million. This is also in line with the goals and the FEIS for the Riverside. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrap. So we just, we're looking at this for possible water quality infrastructure here with a larger goal for an STP in the approximate location. And then this might require some infrastructure or as well as buffering to the sewage treatment plant as proposed.
And that $2 million price tag is supported by our appraisals.
Correct.
Because I know sometimes this area of property is less expensive. This is almost 4 acre, 3.6 acres.
3.6 acres, yes.
And currently it's improved with the radio tower, is that correct?
Yeah, so there's actually 2 radio towers, which you can somewhat make out on the aerial, as well as like a substation, which used to have an office, but it has not been used for quite some time.
And will Five Towns College be removing those structures
Yeah.
prior to closing?
Five Towns College is responsible for removing the above-grade structures and the radio towers. We are responsible for anything that's subgrade, so we did conduct an environmental assessment on this property.
And this is, again, this is a water quality project.
This is a water quality
So can you
purchase.
explain why it's a water quality project?
It's a water quality project because we are looking at it for the overall goal of the STP for the Riverside area. Yeah.
Okay.
So
So-
part of our program is that we try to find these properties that may be suitable in the future for small treatment plants or combined IA systems that would serve more dense neighborhoods. And they're reviewed by our Water Quality Board for the qualification of that, to look at whether they're worthy of that, the soil types and all that kind of thing. Before, obviously, before an environmental study would occur, if that ever came forward, but, so they take a look at it, make a recommendation, and this one was recommended.
And the properties we own around it, can you just point that out?
Yeah, so we own all of these properties here, and I also believe CPF owns here as
What about those other ones that are highlighted?
well. These ones?
Yeah,
Yes. This is a town facility, this one across the street as well. And actually,
The Head
That's the Head
yeah,
Start
I was
building.
just
That's,
forgetting
yeah,
what
Head
it
Start.
was.
That's the bank
Yeah.
on the corner.
But these were all proposed for part of the accomplishment of the sewage
so it's
treatment
an
plant.
assemblage of properties that will
Correct.
be used for sewage treatment of some sort.
Correct.
For the Riverside project.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is actually the Riverhead Central School District right here in green, which is publicly owned but not by the town.
All right. Any other questions for Ms. Fenlon?
And if the board is inclined, there is also a resolution on to adopt this
All right, let's
acquisition.
see if there's anyone from the public who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 2 on the acquisition of 3.6 acres up in Riverside area from Five Towns College.
I'm sorry, I just had one thing to add, that Five Towns, we wanted to thank Five Towns College because it's one of their initiatives for water quality in this area. So we just wanted to acknowledge them and thank them as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, we only went by, she wasn't gonna speak.
Oh, okay. Does she have that?
No hands.
Oh, thank you, Charles. Right, and no one in the audience either. All right, I'll make a motion to close.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, public hearing 2 is closed. We move on to public hearing number 3. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 3, to accept a deed of residual fee from Blair K. Gaza for properties to be maintained as open space located at North Sea, Suffolk County Tax Map number 900-63 for 26.1, 27.1, and 38.1. Pursuant to Southampton Town Code 244-4, obtaining a development rights certificate, and 247 General Municipal Law of the State of New York.
All right, David Wilcox, our planning director, will introduce us.
Good afternoon, Board and Town Supervisor. I believe maybe the town clerk passed down
Oh, hold on.
the aerial photograph
Here we
for
go. Stand out. Please
Hearing
take
number
one and
3.
pass them down.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for being so well prepared with your stamps.
You're welcome. This is a standard, well, it's become pretty standard anyway, issuance of town development rights certificates on properties that are being deeded to the town for preservation. This application or request for development rights certificates involves 3 properties that you can see highlighted in red. The tax parcels are 900-63-4, parcels 26.1, 27.1, and 38.1. They're currently owned by Blair K. Gaza. The total acreage of those 3 parcels is 3.23 acres, and she is proposing to deed these properties to the town in return for .70413 development rights. On that aerial, you can also see all of the other town and county properties in the area that have been acquired and preserved as open space.
David, can you explain how you calculate how many credits they get?
Yeah, it's based on the old file map formula, which is the square footage of the property divided by the zoning. So the zoning here is CR 200. So you simply divide the acreage of the properties in square feet by the 200,000 square feet of the zoning, and that gives you the number of development rights.
Is there any consideration for landlocked status?
Well, technically, these aren't landlocked. These are properties on an
happen.
old file map, which have mapped roads that give them access. These roads typically aren't improved, but legally they have the rights to access these properties.
Yeah. And typically, the Central Pine Barrens, same thing, they did not have a consideration for the landlocked. So it's actually, that was the one kind of benefit of somebody who had a piece in the middle of nowhere. And the Pine Barrens, they actually got some credit for that. It was an incentive in a way to participate in the
Right.
TDR program.
Okay.
So these are not Pine Barrens properties.
No, but I mean, it's a similar idea.
This falls entirely under our program.
Right.
Correct. Yep.
Right.
So.
So we don't consider that.
so s-
Well, there's paper roads there.
Our code also
I understand.
would give you rights even if you were landlocked.
Right.
Okay.
As town attorney said, it's an incentive to get people to dedicate these properties. There are ways that people can get access to landlocked properties, and in theory, you could get building permits on landlocked properties if you go through certain processes. And generally, we're trying to preserve these properties that are out in the middle of nowhere to preclude utilities and roads being extended out into the
So they have not
Right.
sold any development rights before on these?
On these three properties, no, the development rights are fully intact, and they have submitted title certifications documenting that,
So we would end up getting the fee ownership in this case,
fee title.
and they would get a certificate that they could sell or transfer
Correct,
for development elsewhere.
that's correct.
Okay. That's, any other questions for Mr. Wilcox? All right, thank you, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, so this is public hearing number 3. Did anybody want to speak at public hearing number 3? I thought not. We'll go to our home audience. Charles, anybody indicating they want to be heard on
No, sir.
this transfer of development rights? Okay.
There are two.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 3.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman
Public hearing
Oviatt,
number
all in
4.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, the public hearing 3 is closed. We'll move on to public hearing 4. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 4, to consider a change of zone from R80 to agricultural conservation and to consider acceptance of an agricultural conservation district easement for property located at 50 Jobs Lane, Bridgehampton, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 900-1341-55, with corresponding amendment to the zoning map.
All right, thank you. Kathleen Murray, Deputy Town Attorney, will present.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good afternoon, members of the Town Board. This hearing is resultant of an application received by Foxtail Farm pursuant to Town Code Article 10.1, that is, the Agricultural Conservation District provisions, seeking a change in zone from R80 to an Agricultural Conservation District, or ACD for short. By way of background, the ACD provisions replaced the former Ag PDD tool and were implemented in order to encourage the protection of farming and the business of farming within the town by balancing the impact of regulatory mechanisms such as zoning against the farm owner's ability to maintain equity within their farm operation. Here, the applicant's parcel is currently zoned R80 and is approximately 34.7 acres located at 50 Jobs Lane in the hamlet of Bridgehampton, and there is a survey up on the wall there. The applicant's parcel meets the criteria for consideration of the requested zone change under Town Code 330-51.2 in that it has a combined area of at least 7 acres. It's located within the Agricultural Overlay District. It's located in the R80 zoning district, and it is currently in agricultural use with the intention to continue said use. In terms of process, under the ACD, the farm owner and the town enter into an easement by which the land is limited to agricultural production for a minimum term of 10 years or until such time thereafter that the easement may be terminated. During the term of the easement, the landowner and/or the town may explore a number of development or preservation options, which include 1, the town's purchase of development rights, 2, the town's acquisition of the property either in its entirety or in portion thereof, 3, the sale or transfer of development rights by the landowner off-site, or 4, the limited development of the property as a conservation opportunity subdivision, which reduces the residential development yield by at least 50% and preserves at least 80% of the property as an agricultural reserve. As it relates to this specific application, your Director of Planning, David Wilcox, is here and will speak to you regarding the specific development right allocations for this parcel. The specific development right allocations have been incorporated into the proposed easement document that we have negotiated with applicant's counsel. Would the board like me to address some of the specific provisions of the easement, or would you like to hear from David at this point?
The applicant is, you know,
Foxtel Farm?
first of all, no, this doesn't obligate the town in any way to make offers.
Correct.
Was it like, in the old days, there was some confusion on that matter?
Correct, and if you indulge me, I can go through a couple of points of the easement that might clarify. Okay. Once the easement is recorded, assuming for the sake of this discussion that the town authorizes it, the applicant will receive a development right certificate for the appropriate number of development rights as determined by your Director of Planning. Those development rights may then be extinguished, redeemed, sold, or transferred in whole or in part by the applicant at any time during the easement. Each time that happens, your Director of Planning will then issue an amended development right certificate reflecting that transaction. Upon termination of the easement, if the property has not been developed as a conservation opportunity subdivision, the development right certificate will then be relinquished to the town, handed back to the town, and any remaining development rights not extinguished, redeemed, sold, or transferred will be restored to the property in accordance with the previous R80 zoning. Specifically, Mr. Supervisor, as it relates to the town's purchase of development rights, if the applicant wants to sell development right to the town, they don't have to. The town may consider purchasing it, but we are not obligated to do so. The town has 120 days to let the applicant know whether or not it's interested in purchasing development rights. The applicant does not have to make that offer, and the town does not have to accept it. If, however, the town does purchase the development right, then we will encumber 0.91 acres of agricultural reserve for each development right purchased. The location and configuration of the ag reserve set aside shall be established at such time, if at all, that the applicant seeks to develop the property as a conservation opportunity subdivision with the intent of fostering prime ag soils and agricultural production. So basically what that means is if we do decide to purchase a development right, it's a fiction, as you know, in terms of meets and bounds, but if at any point the applicant seeks to develop it as a conservation opportunity subdivision, then we will land that town development right on the prime ag soils. If the applicant notifies us after 10 years that they intend to terminate the easement, the town is allowed at least 120 days, or about 4 months, so that it can determine whether it wants to make an offer to purchase one or more of the remaining development rights or fee title of the property. But again, there's no obligation for us.
Do we have a right of first refusal on a development right?
There's no right of first refusal.
Okay.
These were some of the clarifications that this board made about a year ago, year and a
Yes,
half.
Correct.
Right.
So,
And it prevents us from, and protects the farmers from the town upzoning
Yes.
the property.
Yes.
Okay.
right, that's where I was gonna.
Okay,
that's what I was
sorry,
gonna ask
Supervisor.
Next, so to the applicant, the protection, so right now it's basically 2-acre zoning, R80. If we were to, let's say, up it to 5-acre zoning, they would lose development rights, but in this case, they would have those rights protected.
Correct.
For that period. If they didn't act after 10 years, it would revert to the other zoning and they'd lose those extra development rights.
The way the easement is structured, actually, after 10 years, it remains in effect until such time that the applicant tells us they want to terminate it.
So it's more than 10 years.
It can be more than 10 years, yeah. There are 4 instances that trigger termination. Would you like me to address those
Sure.
for you? Okay. Termination can take 4 forms. There is an early termination procedure in that the applicant can request the town board to terminate it early after 5 years. During that 10-year period, it must come after 5 years, based only upon undue hardship or extraordinary circumstances limited to death, illness, or catastrophic economic loss, and that is following a public hearing in the town board's sole discretion. The second termination instance would be the date upon which the planning board may grant approval for a conservation opportunity subdivision. The third instance would be the date upon which the town would purchase the fee title to the parcel, or the remaining portion thereof. Or 4, once the 10 years has elapsed, the applicant provides us with 180 days or 6 months' notice that they intend to terminate the easement. Without that notice, the easement does remain in effect.
And the farm, and it remains a farm.
Yes,
Right.
always remain.
Currently,
in
it's row crop,
agricultural
there's even
production,
livestock
yes.
over there.
Correct.
Right.
All provisions of the easement remain in effect.
Which is the overriding goal of this.
Right.
Any other questions?
Would you like Dave to address the specific allocation?
Just trying to think, I thought there was one other question I had, but, oh yeah, is there a tax implication in terms of property taxes by doing this? Does it lower the assessed valuation of the property?
Sure, it remains in ag production, so I don't know, the applicant can speak better to what that
Yeah,
is.
but it's sort of a perpetual easement, and we can't terminate it after 10 years. It just keeps going, and only the applicant can terminate it?
Correct, as currently written, yes.
That's a little odd to me, though. All right, Dave, did you want to address any aspect of this? The allocation or anything?
Not a
else?
lot to say, Kathleen covered that very well. Just, I think you have the handout, the Schedule C from the easement.
Yeah, it's on the back.
The front just goes through the math for how we allocated the 19.09 development rights that are allocated to this property. It's a mathematical formula, it's in the code. In this instance, it's 0.55 development rights per gross acre, and the property is 34.7 acres, so the development right yield is 19.085, rounded to the nearest 100th is 19.9 development rights. So if they were to, and that rounds down to 19 buildable lots. So if they were to, after the termination of the easement, were to decide to subdivide the property, it would have to be done as a cluster subdivision, where 50% of the property has to be preserved, and the 19 lots that the property is entitled to would be clustered onto the remaining 50%. During the term of the easement, if they decide to come to the planning board with a conservation opportunity subdivision, they would have to reduce that 19 lots by 50%, and they would have to increase the ag reserve to 80%. So in order to increase the ag reserve to 80%, they would have to extinguish extinguish one development right for every 0.91 acres of additional ag reserve to get us up to the 80%. And they can extinguish that, as Kathleen said, by having the town agree to purchase those development rights. They could sell them to third parties for transfer to other properties. That's really the two ways to extinguish the rights.
Is this a property, Dave, that is used for special events at times?
I would not be aware of that.
And would this
No, not so much,
preclude-
not this one. I
Not this
don't
one?
think. No,
No.
the other property,
Okay,
not this one.
but does this easement put additional restrictions on those types of things? And this one, look, is this actively farmed?
Yes, it's absolutely actively farmed.
This is not a horse farm, but this is a.
No, this is a dairy farm.
Mhm.
Oh, we actually have cows on this?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Meat upstairs.
Cool.
Cows and chicken.
There is a you, Mr. Supervisor, I'm just getting the section. There is a Schedule B to the easement that speaks to prohibited acts. This really mimics a lot of your other agriculture, conservation easements on your other agricultural properties. And it is specific as to what can be done there.
Oh, so there are some restrictions?
Yes, absolutely. And there is no intention for any special events to be conducted thereon. In terms of buildings and structures, the buildings and structures that exist today are allowed. But other than that, they'd have to meet certain conditions.
Does it allow for farm labor housing?
No, it does not.
It does not.
No.
Okay.
And they'd be required to follow all New York State ag law, everything that's,
Oh, withdrawn. Withdrawn, Mr. Supervisor. It does allow for ag labor housing that is related and ancillary to the ag use and production of the property. So,
under
Yes.
state ag law, right?
Well, under our code.
Under
Our
this
code?
easement.
Some of these
Our code
easements
and-
prohibited
Yeah, it's
all
better.
residential.
Section 301 is in the resolution.
So the
pretty
terms
broad.
of this easement have been negotiated, but of course, if the town board would like to see different provisions in there, we can speak with the applicant about that.
Okay. Is there a resolution to approve in the
No.
packet? Okay.
We
Alright.
are waiting for Suffolk County Planning Commission's referral, which we expect to receive on or about May 19th. We're also waiting to receive the referral from your local planning board. We have heard back from the Agricultural Advisory Committee, which is required under this section, and they do recommend that the town board enter into this easement.
We're
and
not, we
change
don't,
them.
there's no dollars involved from our side. We're
No,
not buying
absolutely
this
not.
easement. This is, it protects the farmer by establishing today's yield
Correct,
in terms of, for development rights calculations.
right.
Okay.
Giving them an opportunity to basically sell and transfer development rights to the
Based
town
on
or
today's-
elsewhere.
Okay.
Okay.
This field, like I said, it is in farming. It's row crop, and
Oh,
I,
absolutely.
and
Absolutely.
the dairy portion of the farm, I think the owners are here. I mean, that's a new addition. I was happy to see that.
Yeah,
I mean,
and I think
that's,
the applicant has representation here, the board would.
Right.
indulge.
All right. Well,
and
we'll
when I
go
say
to-
new, like new in 5 years, new.
We'll go to the public, but I think I did see somebody who wanted to speak on this. It wasn't Was it, oh,
Good afternoon, board members. Thank you. My name is Haley Willis. I'm the attorney for the applicant. I'm also the daughter-in-law of the principals of the applicant, so this is very personal to me as well. You may be more familiar with the farm under the name Mecox Dairy. We are the only dairy operating on the South Fork of Long Island. This parcel here that is the subject of discussion today is currently cow pasture. And we intend to continue to use it as such. It is developed with one ag building for storage and for livestock housing. And that's how we continue to use the parcel. It's not currently used for special events. You may be thinking of another nearby parcel. But since this one is actively planted with pasture, we're not going to take that away from the cows who need it. And Art Ledlow, the principal of the applicant, would also like to say a few words.
okay. Yes, Mr. Ludlow, just identify yourself for our record.
Yes. Good afternoon. I am Arthur Ludlow. I
Are you-
reside,
I'm sorry, are you any relation to Harry?
I am.
Can you tell?
Look like you could be brothers.
I reside on Mecox Road in Bridgehampton, and I'm speaking on behalf of my wife, Stacy, our sons, John and Peter, and Peter's wife, Haley. We're expressing our interest in the creation of the Agricultural Conservation District. I've been farming in Bridgehampton since I graduated from college in 1973, and even longer than that since I was raised on the same farm. Through those years, I've developed an attachment to the land, its productive potential, and farming in general. Approximately 20 years ago, the town board created a mechanism for a unique type of planned development district it was hailed as a valuable tool for use in helping to protect Southampton's farmland, a rapidly diminishing scarce resource. Specifically, it allowed for the distinction and separation of highly valued development rights from agricultural rights. This would facilitate the transfer of undeveloped farmland to the next generation, which I consider to be a lofty goal. The current iteration of that Ag PDD is the Agricultural Conservation District. We applaud you, the town board members, for creating the enabling legislation for an ACD. It confirms your commitment to land preservation and the preservation of farmland in particular, another lofty goal. My family and I are excited to witness the creation of Foxtail Farm Agricultural Conservation District. The farm, the acreage encompasses a 34-acre farm field on the corner of Mecox Road and Job's Lane in Bridgehampton. It was purchased as multiple parcels by my father's father just about 100 years ago. He then assembled it into his existing potato and dairy farm. It has since then remained in agricultural production to the benefit of the next 2 generations, and our hope is the 4th generation sitting before you today. So again, thank you for your dedication to the preservation of Southampton's farmland. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I also have a card of Mark Biederman. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Thank you. My name is Mark Bitterman. My wife and I have lived on Job's Lane for 21 years and for 45 years total in the area, and we strongly support this easement to basically preserve the agricultural nature, the diminishing agricultural nature of the area. I remember when we bought our first house in West Mecox 45 years ago, it was mostly potato fields. And I can tell you that on Saturday of President's Weekend in 1979, I took a 3-mile run along Mecox Road, Lower Halsey and Paul's Lane, and didn't pass a moving car. I don't think you could say that today. However, I think it is important that as people like the Ludlows have worked hard to maintain the economic viability of their agricultural land, that we support them, even though I do feel a little sad when I see the turkeys disappear right before Thanksgiving. Thank you.
All right, that's the only card I have. Is there anyone else who wanted to be heard at this public hearing? All right, we'll go online. If you're watching from home or your office or another remote location, if you want to be heard at this public hearing, which is public hearing number 4.
Let's see, there you go.
All right, I'll make a motion to close public hearing number 4.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All
You could just allow 10-day written comment, Mr. Supervisor, so that we can receive those referrals.
All right, I will
Thank you.
change my motion to close the public hearing, but leave the written record open for 10 days, so we can receive the referral letters from the Suffolk County Planning Commission, Planning Board? Both?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Captain.
All right, we're gonna move on to public hearing number 5. Cindy, would you read the notice?
Public hearing number 5, to consider amending Town Code, Section 330-77, to increase the permitted required rear yard lot coverage percentage.
Okay, Katie Garvin, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce us.
Good afternoon. Assistant Town Attorney Katie Garvin. I'm here today to discuss with you the possibility of increasing the permitted required rear yard lot coverage for the town code. Right now, the town code currently restricts the required rear coverage to 20%. And that really means that regardless of your lot area, only 20% of your required rear yard can be covered with accessory buildings or structures, which includes things like tennis courts, swimming pools, decks, and patios over 12 inches. This limitation has been becoming an issue lately between the building department and the zoning board of appeals, because applicants are constantly coming to the zoning board and they're trying to increase their permitted required rear yard lot coverage for tennis courts, for pools where houses are kind of already existing and they're trying to work within their yards. I took a look at some of the variances that the ZBA has been granting for the past 5 years, and they have increased it as high as 43%. Typically, they try to keep it between 22 and 33%, and when it seems like the required rear yard lot coverage is gonna be excessive, then the applicants talk about putting these structures within the required side yards. So then we have neighbors coming in opposition, basically saying these are too close, we wanna keep the required side yards open. So that is why we have proposed this for you guys to consider. I'm trying to see what else. We did refer to the planning board. Janice can tell you what the planning board's thoughts were. We're still waiting on a referral from the Suffolk County Planning Commission, and it is a type 2 pursuant to SECRA.
All right, questions for Katie? We're not changing the total lot coverage here.
Correct, the
We're
total lot
just
coverage remains.
allowing, we're not, instead of having them have to push these structures to front yards and side yards, they
Correct.
can actually put them in the backyard where they would have less impact on neighbors,
Yep,
typically.
yep, and they'll still be compliant with all of the required setbacks. It's just keeping them in the rear yard.
Okay, Janice, did you want to add anything to that? Janice Shearer or?
Town Planning and Development
Town Planning and
Administrator.
Development Administrator?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. I'm just here to say that, reiterate what Katie said, and also to say that the planning board felt this was a good amendment, that it does make sense.
Planning
Why are
board's-
we restricting people to only 20% use of their rear yard? Here it's 50%, so that's more than enough protection. And when you really look at the root of the problem, why people want to go in the side yards, it has to do with the rear yard allowable areas. So it's 20% mostly in all the zones coverage. That doesn't change. But this is how much of your rear yard are you allowed to use, which is an odd standard in the first place. Usually the rear yard is just subject to a setback and that's it.
Were they pushing structures to the front and side because they could do it without variances, where they'd have to get a variance to put it in the rear yard? Or did they need
We
variances?
find the variances are to increase the 20% in the rear yard, so that's a variance in and of itself. So you know your zoning is problematic when everybody's asking for relief.
Okay.
And then we find there's questions about being able to put things in the side yard when it's behind the house. That interpretation and that code still remains the same. We're not changing anything about the side yards. It's supposed to be open, light and air, that's the point. But we're just noticing more and more requests to be in those side yards to avoid having to get the rear yard coverage variance.
So effectively, the accessory structures on a person's house are going to be behind the houses, by and large,
Yeah,
with this
you just
change.
put it in the rear yard where
Good
it
code.
belongs. You could put it in the building envelope, but usually people want, like
Mhm.
that area for yard space to, your patio, your pool, that kind of thing. And then you put your shed back in the rear yard, not the side necessarily. We would rather it be in the back.
If we pass this, would anything in the pipeline for the ZBA for variances automatically just
That's
get
a good
kicked back
question.
out?
Usually it's more than one thing, I would say that, so, but yes, I would think that would then be the rule of the day.
Yeah, I mean, that certainly they can look at things in the pipeline, but, once, assuming you adopt this, we still have to wait for it to be filed with the
Yeah.
Secretary of State.
I know there's a while to wait for the
Yes,
ZBA.
yes, so certainly we could take a second look at all of those applications, but yes, and to what the supervisor was saying, absolutely. If the ZBA finds that your request for your rear yard lot coverage is excessive, then they would ask for variances to put it in the required side. And then, like I said, then you have the neighbors coming in saying, we don't want it, we want the side yard, required side yards open. But yes, the ZBA has granted variances from the required side yards as well as the required front yard.
Okay. Thank you, Katie. All right, I guess we'll go to the public. So this is public hearing number 5. I don't think I saw that on any of the cards. Let me just ask. Oh yeah, Amy, you did indicate possibly 5, 6, 8, 9, and 10. So, would you like to speak on number 5?
Yes. Hi there, Amy Paradise, members of the board. Hi again. On this subject, I'd love to know, why was the 20% set? I have a feeling it had to do with we wanted more yard and less stuff. And now we're giving in to all the popular demands for stuff. I doubt you're going to do, you'll probably do it. I read the zoning board of appeal things, and they're crazy. And what I'd like to know is why the board doesn't sit down, go over the regulations, and decide what is a variance. To my mind, a variance is like plus or minus 5 feet. It's not 20%, 30%, you know. I've seen 60 feet. They're using this device to get what they want, to get around regulations that we're supposed to protect our land. And we need to pay a lot more attention to it. I mean, I saw one where they were filling in swampland again, and they're always bringing in, you know, the pool and getting variances to put it closer to the water. Pools are a waste of space to begin with. They're only used 3 months out of the year. I wrote you some about this. But okay, you're gonna do this. But you need to go back and decide what a variance is, put that in there, and then give everybody a year and start enforcing it. Make the zoning boards of appeal just stop being a steamroller for development. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. In terms of the legislative intent for the original 20%, does anybody know? It does seem
No, I
awfully
don't.
restrictive for a backyard.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. I mean,
In other communities like East Hampton, which tends to be more restrictive than us, I don't recall that being at 20%.
I did a Google search. I didn't see anything for East Hampton. I did reach out to their town attorney, but I didn't hear back from him. I mean, you know,
But we're not allowing more coverage of the lot by doing this.
Correct. You
We're just
still have to
allowing
comply.
it to be in the backyard rather than this front or
correct.
side.
And arguably encouraging it by, you know, eliminating the need for the variance. But no, you still have to comply with your total lot yard coverage.
Okay.
If you find some of that information, that would be, I think, useful.
Sure.
In other municipalities as well.
Jen?
Thanks, Kate.
Our town planning and development
I
administrator.
did ask some people, and Tim McCulley told me that Supervisor Lang, back in the day, wanted that restriction due to the prevalence, the new oncoming prevalence of tennis courts. So they didn't want to have tennis courts in the rear yard. That was the initial, but I mean, that cat is kind of out of the bag. I mean, it's 2023 and people have tennis courts. I'm sorry that they do, but they do, and they enjoy them, and so we're not saying we're pushing the tennis courts to, they still have to maintain all the setbacks. 50% of your rear yard is, you're able to use. And I would just note, zoning isn't even valid if you don't have a board of appeals. You have to have a relief valve to have zoning.
Well, it's
Presumption is the benefit to the property,
That's
as
true,
you
but it
know.
is also fair comment if
Sure.
a citizen believes the board is too lenient.
I think they do a good job
They
to
do.
try to make sure that all the 5 standards are met. There's, as you know, the
Yeah,
hardship
there's
test.
a balancing test.
It's a 5-part test, and they look at that, and they weigh that against the benefit to the property owner and the detriment to nearby properties and character of the area and screening. And I think our Board of Appeals with Katie, and we even have a planner assigned there now too, have been really holding the line and keeping people to maintain the community character as best as we
I
can.
think the board has gotten tougher.
I do, I think so. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Anyone else who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 5? Seeing no one in the audience at Town Hall. Charles, do we have anybody online? All right, we'll give one more moment for that. Anyone online who wants to be heard at public hearing number 5, which would change the rear yard limitation from 20% to 50% for accessory structures? sir. All right, I have to keep it open though, right? Any referrals?
Yes, please.
You can close with a comment period.
Yes, that's what I mean, so.
Yes, for the Suffolk County Planning Commission.
Suffolk County Planning, but Planning Board's already weighed in and said they
Correct.
were okay with it.
Yep.
All right.
When do we anticipate getting that word from Suffolk County?
I'm gonna follow up with them. If Kathleen, I heard Kathleen say that she was anticipating a certain date, so I'm gonna make sure that we're on that agenda as well.
And we think 2 weeks is enough?
Yeah, they've had it for, I think, a month.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
All right, I'll make a motion to close the hearing, leave the written record open for 2 weeks.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. Is it 2 weeks or 10 days with the last one?
10 days.
10 days, let's make it 10 days so we can actually vote 2 weeks from now. All right, so I'll make, just changing it slightly to 10 days. You seconding, Councilman Schiavone?
Second?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if you'll read the 6th public hearing notice.
Public hearing number 6, to consider authorizing the Triton Lane East Quogue Beach Parking Pilot Program.
Okay, so we have noticed this hearing, we have to open it. Councilwoman McNamara made a statement earlier that she does not intend to pursue the beach parking at the Triton Lane area. Nonetheless, we do have a notice public hearing, and you are invited to speak. Some of the people who came to speak have already left because they had that information. But the intention of the sponsor is to, after public comment, to close it. There is no resolution to adopt it, and Councilman McNamara will be looking for other sites that might be more appropriate.
Which would trigger a new
But with that, Amy, I have you first, so.
Hi there, Amy Paradise. So I sent you all, I hope you got the email and you got the pictures. Frankly, I think the whole thing should be dropped because of what I showed you. And I thought I'd use a parallel too. I understand people's sentimental attachment to what they're doing. I mentioned my dog in the email. So in 1966, we adopted a dog, and that dog lived all its life without ever going on a leash. You opened the door in the morning and it ran down to the beach and it ran around and it came home, and we never put it on a leash. And today I have a dog and it never leaves the house without a leash. What happened in between? Well, the population went from less than 5,000 to somewhere near 15,000. That's just in Hampton Bays. The population of the entire town doubled, and Lord knows what the tourist brings in the summertime. Habits and attitudes about dogs changed. We now have to license them. We have to leash them. We have to, if you've got a dangerous dog, you've got to have special insurance for it. People don't want you leaving the dog poop. We never picked up dog poop at the taxi. I now have my little bags and religiously use them. Attitudes and habits change. And because of people. And the other thing is, I know with dogs, it never occurred to me when I was younger that dogs running around on the beach could disrupt things like plover nesting. They can just run in there and wreck the mess. So, same thing goes for parking on the beach. There used to be a lot less people here. I can't say anything about the size of the cars. I just gave you that because of the distances. Cars in the 50s weren't any smaller and lighter, so that doesn't matter. But there's so many more of them. And we've also learned different. We know that things have an environmental impact that we never bothered to think about. And tearing up and down the beach, the mess that it makes. And where did they go? Do you know that they are now going down to Shinnecock, the foot of the road at Shinnecock near my house, and they drive up and down the beach and do donuts. This should go away. We've got too many people. There's way more cars. When you put that on the beach, you're creating danger. There's no way that you can guarantee there's going to be any much space between those trucks and people because the environment has changed. So, in my mind, the whole thing should be stopped. Things have changed. Sometimes we have to give up things that we love.
All right, thank you, Amy. Okay, I do have all the cards on this. I'm not sure who's still here. Robin Eschenport. Robin submitted to you, Madam Clerk, a
Nice.
letter. Have you already
You
distributed
all have that now.
Okay, so
Mhm.
that has been distributed. Catherine Dawson. Is Catherine here? I think Catherine may have come and left. How about Anne Marie Rayback? I think she also was here and left. Dana Feinberg, I think also left. Anne Algieri, Anne is here.
Good afternoon. I knew before I came here that, Cindy, you were withdrawing your resolution, but I wanted to thank you. I met the mothers as they were leaving, and you made their day. You know, as you know from the last meeting, they were very concerned about the safety. It is a swimming beach. There's a lifeguard there. It's a family beach. So I just wanted to thank you. I know that you're going to look for another spot. It's going to be very difficult because besides safety, we do have environmental reasons. Many of the people objected to those. And also we have a stretch of the beach that is still pristine. And as the beaches have disappeared, just along with the woodlands, along with our farmlands, that has become very, very special to preserve. But I want to commend you. I'm not always criticizing the town board members, so I want to just thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Okay, and Dave Dayton is here for public hearing one. Okay. So that's it for cards. Is there anyone else who didn't fill out a card who wanted to be heard at public hearing number 6? All right, we go online. Charles, do we have anybody indicating they wish to be heard at public hearing 6 on the Triton Lane beach parking proposal?
Yes, Gail Lombardi.
Can you guys hear me? Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, we
Okay,
can.
sorry, it's my assistive devices, it's odd world for me. I just want to reiterate what Amy and Ann said. You know, my partner and I walked that beach from Concord to Hot Dog Beach, or the other beach pavilion. As you know, I'm visually impaired. It's my few guilty pleasures in still living in the town of Southampton and Hampton Bays. And it is not safe when there are cars, vehicles on that beach. Just like it's not safe when there's loose walls on that beach. In the test pilot, I think you were limiting it to like 40 cars and certain footage. Seriously, I don't know how you expected to police that. You don't abide by the rules we have on our books now. You don't enforce many of those rules in general. So, you know, I appreciate whoever, Cindy, I was unaware that you had put forth that. Being an East Quad resident, I'm kind of surprised. And I beg you for taking it off, but the town really needs to, you know, Ann's comments, all the comments you probably gathered from the last public hearing. There is safety and environmental and all those issues. So I appreciate if you consider leaving the Hampton Bays beaches. It's one of the few guilty pleasures we all have left. Please try to protect that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Gail. All right, Charles,
That's it.
anyone else? That's it?
Yeah.
Okay, so Cindy, you want to close this?
Close
right?
it, please.
So, all right, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. 6 is closed, we'll move on to number 7. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 7, to consider amending Town Code, Chapter 270-9, to add requirement to publish rental registration number.
All Thank you. Sean Cambridge, Assistant Town Attorney, will introduce this.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Good afternoon, Mr. Supervisor, members of the town board. This is a local law that would require, if passed, owners of rental properties advertising to include their application number or rental permit number. So once you apply for a rental permit at the Division of Code Enforcement and Public Safety, your application is assigned a number. This local law is saying you can use that number to advertise. You do actually need the rental permit in hand before you commence a rental period, but you can advertise with that application number that's assigned. Once you receive a rental permit, you would be obligated to update that number to your rental permit number. Sure, this may be an extra burden on somebody renting their property, but this is all about public safety. This is about transparency. What that number signifies on an advertisement for a rental property is that this property has been inspected. This property has smoke alarms. This property has carbon monoxide alarms. This property has pool gate sensors. These are things that when you go on vacation with your family, you don't want to think twice about. So that simple number in an advertisement tells you all of those things exist. So yes, while it may be an extra burden to somebody advertising, it's a 6 or 7 digit number to add in an advertisement. It's not that
Well, at
burdensome.
least tells you that at the time it was inspected, it
Correct.
had all those things.
It
Yeah.
does.
Yes.
On the same token, it tells you if the person is not advertising with this number, they may not have a permit. They may not be entitled to collect your rent money. So that's very important to know as well. If you end up in a landlord-tenant matter in justice court and your landlord doesn't have a rental permit, they're not entitled to your rent. We want to be as transparent as possible. I think this is a good measure. If the board is inclined to adopt, Resolution 2023-681 is on today for a vote.
Right, so let me just say something about this, since this was my initiative. As you know, I borrowed the law from East Hampton, right? So East
Yes.
Hampton has had a law like this on the books for years. If you rent your property, any of the advertisements have to contain that rental permit. And it's very helpful, particularly in this world where so many people are renting through Airbnb and VRBO and other, these platforms, and they can fly beneath the radar. They may not comply with our 2-week minimum requirement for rentals or other requirements that we have. It allows our ordinance enforcement department to hopefully easily identify which properties may not have rental permits, because if they're advertising and they didn't list the rental permit, there's a reasonable suspicion it may be because they don't have it, and if they do have it, they're required to put it on that advertisement. And this does allow the implementation of this law. It does allow an effective date, I think, of July 1. Is that what
That
you
is
said?
correct,
It gives
Supervisor.
people some notice so that they have time to modify their websites and their online advertisements to put that number on. And look, there's probably a large number of properties that haven't got that rental permit. And it's not about gotcha. That's not what this is about. It's about making sure that those properties have the smoke detectors, the carbon monoxide detectors, the pool alarms, whatever it might be, the proper fire safety egress, that they're not renting rooms in a basement that doesn't have escape windows and things like that. This is a public safety measure, but it will allow ordinance to do their job. It will facilitate that. So I think it's an important step. It's been in effect successfully in our neighboring community for years, and I'm happy to move this forward. And we'll entertain comment, but I'm hoping the board will be able to put this in place.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right,
Supervisor.
any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go to the public. We do have our head of public safety here. Ryan, did you want to say anything on this?
Since you're here.
Since you're here.
Good afternoon, Board and Supervisor. Sean actually covered it quite well,
Ryan
but
Murphy,
you...
your head of public
yeah,
safety.
Ryan Murphy, Town Code Compliance and Emergency Management Administrator.
The actual title.
Come up with an acronym.
I was trying to beat Janice in the title category, right? Yeah, I think really everything that's been stated so far captures this quite well. It first and foremost, our entire rental permitting program is really about safety. And although things can happen in a house after that inspection has occurred, at least we have established some sort of a baseline with any property that has received a rental permit in the town of Southampton, that at that time, whether inspected by our staff or a licensed architect, engineer, or licensed home inspector, a baseline safety check was done on that property. So that's really the goal of the rental permitting program, is to ensure that any visitors to our community, any long-term residents that are renting, are in safe conditions to the best of our knowledge. This would certainly, hopefully give people that same sense of security, that at least the property has either undergone that process already or has begun to engage in that process. We included both the opportunity to put in the application number or the permit number on purpose, because when we get into our busy season, sometimes the process of getting that rental permit can take a little while. When we start to get hit in a single month with 200 different permit applications, that can take a little while. So we wanted to account for the fact that people have followed the rules, have filed their application, and are in the pipeline to achieve that rental permit, hopefully, and not restrict them from necessarily being able to advertise in the meantime on account of perhaps a slower process on our part because of an inundation of applications. The other part where this is really going to save us time and energy and money, in the sense of the amount of time that's spent on staffing, is when we have our staff currently looking for properties that are being rented without the benefit of a permit in the town. They're looking at different websites, a lot of different platforms that have been mentioned that are utilized for conducting rentals. And most of the time, if anybody's ever familiar with them, most of the time the address of the property is not listed on there. So it becomes this kind of matching game with images of the property, where it says it roughly is on a map, and then our people having to kind of go out and find the property that matches with those images. Having an application number or a permit number on the listing should save us a lot of time in trying to more successfully identify A, which property is compliant, which one isn't, if they either have the number or don't, but B, once we see that number, if they're advertising that this is a 9-bedroom house, but we've got an application or permit that it's a 5-bedroom house, these are things that we're going to be more easily able to identify without having to put as much effort and energy and time into that searching aspect of it to try and come up with that. So it's really helpful to us there, and it'll let us direct our efforts more into better areas, as opposed to all that time trying to research and find the property.
All right, thank you, Ron. And Sean, somebody who violates this, they, I guess the fees are on our violation fee schedule, right?
Right, so we've added this as a ground to add an in-violation fee. That's an administrative fee. We've done that because, this frankly would be a hearsay charge in justice court. It's an out-of-court statement for the truth of the matter asserted. It's not enough to sustain a criminal charge. It certainly is enough to sustain an administrative action, like imposing an additional fee. So that's why that's crafted in that manner.
Yeah, we do want to get people to come in and actually file for a rental permit.
Right.
Now, there may be some people who fail to advertise, they actually have rental permits, but didn't put the number down.
Right.
That could be a penalty as well, but we really want to make sure that they do actually put that number down, but they've already got that permit. It's mostly focused on those who may not have the permit at all and identifying them.
Right, so when they go and get that permit for the first time, they're gonna have an additional fee. For the most part, the people that are going and getting their rental permit are doing everything the right way. We very rarely have somebody that has obtained a permit who is expanding their bedroom count or, double booking or whatever the case is. Yes, sometimes we have somebody with a transient rental type of issue, but we do look to enforce on that as well. It's a little harder because we have to track who's coming, going, license plates, that kind of thing. But the code enforcement staff is very vigilant in taking a look at those issues as well. For the most part, I think most of your rental permit holders are going to abide by this regulation.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else who wishes to be heard on this? All right, we'll go to our online audience. Is there anybody there, Charles?
No hands.
Okay, and Sean, there's no reason to keep this open for...
I don't think so.
All right, because it is sort of time sensitive, I'd like to get it in
It's on
place.
for tonight. It's on for
I
tonight.
think we have the adoption resolution, so I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll move on to the 7th public hearing notice.
8.
I'm sorry, the 8th public hearing notice.
Scared me for a moment. Public hearing number 8, to consider a local law amending Chapter 244, Transfer of Development Rights Certificate Program to acknowledge the inclusion of sanitary flow credits.
All right, David Wilcox, our planning director, will introduce us.
Good afternoon again. This hearing is also in conjunction with 9 and 10. If you recall, the town
Would
has...
it be helpful to read all 3 hearing notices? Jim, would that be all right? We could do them all as one?
Yes, I think.
All right.
9 and 10 as well.
9 and 10 as well.
Public hearing number 9, to consider a local law amending Chapter 330-7, acknowledging transfer of sanitary flow credits. Public hearing number 10, to consider a local law amending Chapter 330-9, density incentive provision to acknowledge the inclusion of sanitary flow credits.
All right, and again, Mr. Wilcox, so you'll be addressing all 3?
Yes.
Simultaneously?
If you recall, we had this on for hearing about a month ago. We adjourned it pending receipt of comments from the Suffolk County Suffolk County Department of Health Services. We're actually doing these amendments in order to get recognition of our TDR program from the Health Department. We hadn't had the chance to review those comments. We've begun to do that, and we still need to get back to the Health Department regarding what our solution is to their questions. So we would ask that this hearing, these 3 hearings, be adjourned further. To be conservative, let's say a month.
Okay, well, we have people who wish to be heard, so, but let me just take a look. Sunday, when's we have
30 days.
a meeting roughly a month?
We
from
have
now?
June 13th. May 23rd is the nighttime 6 PM meeting, then there's June 13th.
June 13th meeting is fine?
Yeah.
Okay, when we get there, so. All right, thank you, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks, Dave.
Amy, you had indicated you might want to speak on this? Question mark.
I'm fine with waiting on that.
Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll go to our online, oh, anybody else who's here? Okay, online, anybody indicating that they wish to be heard at number 8, 9, or 10?
No, sir.
All right, so I will make a motion to adjourn the public hearing till June 13th. You say June 13th?
13th or 15th, Sunday?
I have 13th.
13th. I'll second it.
Seconded
It's
by
the 13th. 1
Seconded by
PM.
Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
You need to do each one individually, so you just adjourn public
All
hearing
right,
number
so,
8.
All right, so that was on number 8. On number 9, same motion, same
Same second.
second, same vote.
Aye.
Aye.
And number 10, same motion, same second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we are now at public hearing number 11. Madam Clerk, would you read the public hearing notice?
Public hearing number 11, to amend Town Code, Chapter 316, vehicles junked and abandoned in order to enhance enforcement ability.
Okay, and our Assistant Town Attorney, Sean Cambridge, will introduce
Mr.
us.
Supervisor. So, members of the board, this is a pretty simple little amendment here. We're looking to further expand the category of vehicles that can be included as a junk vehicle. We've had frankly a pervasive issue with boat hulls and pieces of boats that are just kind of left abandoned. So we wanted to include them in this section, as well as campers. That's been quite an issue. We've had issues in justice court with our code enforcement staff. People will have these old campers, and frankly, they become home to rodents and all sorts of animals. And so we are tying the junk vehicle in this local law. That would be a vehicle without a registration, plates. These are things that are required by state DMV anyways. It's just a way that we can further enforce and remove some of these junk vehicles from properties. On the same token, we've added the title of ordinance enforcement officer and fire marshal. Previously, we just had the building inspector. The building inspector is usually not the one coming across these junk vehicles. In most cases, it is a fire marshal or ordinance enforcement officer. So we just wanted to expand that reach as well.
And this is my initiative, so I just wanted to make note too that it does go now, the hearing is before the Public Safety Commission instead of just the building inspector.
Right, so there's a full process and an appeal process. You know, this has been an issue with sailboats, particularly last summer. You know, it's just a way that we can move these, you know, sometimes dangerous vessels out of public waters and have a process to deal with them.
So there's a due process component here.
Right.
You can appeal the determination that it's junked
Right.
to Public Safety Commission.
And it being junk gives us the ability to remove it from site.
And then what, we bill the property owner or attach it to their
If it's something
tax
that's
bill?
usable, we could do a public auction. Otherwise, we could bill them for disposal
And removal.
and removal, yes. Like similar to an enforcement action.
All right, other questions from Mr. Cambridge? All right, thank
Thank
you. We'll go to the public. I don't have any cards that indicated they wish to be heard at this public hearing number 11.
No hands.
And no hands online. Councilwoman McNamara, what's your pleasure? You want to close it?
Close it, please.
All right, I'll make a motion to close, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. All right, we move on to the last public hearing today, number 12. Madam Clerk?
Public hearing number 12, to amend Town Code, Chapter 283, Special Events in order to enhance enforcement ability, clarify definitions, and restructure application procedures.
All right, and again, Assistant Town Attorney Sean Cambridge will introduce us.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. So this has been the subject for quite some time of review by our police department, our public safety division, our town clerk's office. We've had our town attorney's office and various members of the board. This is something we've been looking to amend for quite some time, just to make overall the procedures more clear and have some better enforcement mechanisms. So I can go page by page or just touch on the major issues and go back for questions. Is that preferable?
Major issues.
Major
Yeah.
issues, okay. So first and foremost, we've changed some definitions. We've changed the definition of charitable organization. Previously, we had restricted this to being 501c3s. And the significance is special events must benefit charitable organizations as defined within the section of the code. What had inadvertently happened is we're excluding people that could be beneficiaries, that are nonprofits, that may not have a 501c3 form. These are PTAs, firehouses, ambulance companies. So there's no reason that these organizations shouldn't benefit. They're doing volunteer work, they are a part of the community. So we've expanded this definition to include all these types of organizations that are local, that are doing good work for this community. In addition, we've added a requirement that the applicant must include a charitable support agreement with the organization they are supporting. So we want to have them identify who they're supporting and in what ways they're supporting them. We've added some title changes.
Are they required to meet certain thresholds in terms of support? If somebody says, well, I give a penny for every dollar I raise, like that may be too little for us to say that that's, charitable 1% of your, gross receipts?
We can't set a percentage or a number. We've defined it as substantial support.
Substantial, so it's just a little subjective, however.
It is somewhat subjective, but an organization is free to say, well, hey, we don't want to be associated with you.
No, and I know, I
if
know
it's-
some of these organizations, some of these events don't raise any money. They try, you know, but the cost of putting them on sometimes exceeds the amount of money that came in, some of these 5K runs and things like that. So I don't necessarily want to say, you know, you have to give 50% of your gross receipts, you know, when there might be absolutely no they'll actually lose money by doing that.
Right.
So, yeah, I think that's something we have to look at as to what constitutes a significant contribution. But then you see other people come out here and they have these, whatever event it might be, car show or furniture show or whatever, where they're out in the Hamptons, there's a lot of people with money to spend, and they could unduly, you know, profit at the expense of more traffic in our community, et cetera, and have very minor, you know, they attach themselves to some popular cause, you know, whatever it might be, you know, the animal shelter, or, you know, the breast health center, whatever it might be, and there's just such a tiny little amount of money that's going to that organization that it's not really worth it to shut down the community.
Right. The intent behind these is it is supposed to benefit the community. Special events are not supposed to be for private profit, so they need that charitable component. Excuse me, I'm dealing with allergies today. I'm a little stuffy here, but
Getting any sleep?
not.
Yeah, I think the
not much.
community in general will accept the disturbance if the cause is actually a good cause that they believe in, and
Right.
they're actually receiving a significant amount of money.
So, I mean, no definition is going to be perfect, but this is a step better. We're in the right direction here.
There's also a question of scale between some of the events that you mentioned and a PTA event is, you know, those are two different
Right.
there are special events, but.
Right, and arguably, maybe the
So-
PTA event benefits the community just by it occurring, you know, without a financial component to it.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, because the Chamber of Commerce could do something for the businesses in their area, and they technically don't make any money, but it benefits, you know, their cause, and the people in town don't have to shop elsewhere, and
Right.
how does it affect parades, too?
Parades are kind of their own animal. It's outside of this, separate permit, just totally different.
It would affect though a run or, you know,
It could.
bike-a-thon through the Hamptons, right?
If there's a gathering at the start or finish, things like that.
Okay.
It could, yes. Our next change is actually to the definition of special event itself. So previously, the town has required a special event permit. Any event with 100 people or more in attendance at any time, we left that alone. Technically, the state requires a public assembly permit when there are 50 people or more gathered in a space. So we didn't want to reduce the amount based on our past practice here, but we have expanded this in a creative way. Collectively, we came up with this language that a public assembly permit for a site can be the controlling instrument to set occupancy. So for example, say you have a church with a public assembly with a 400-person occupancy. You're going to have some kind of a performance in that church that's not related to anything they do in the church. It could be a musical event, a play, something like that. So long as they're within their numbers for the public assembly permit, under 400 people, that would not qualify as a special event. The intent there is they already have the proper parking, they already have the proper egress, they already have the proper, you know, everything for that building already matches the occupancy. Say that church wants to have a rock concert in the parking lot with 6,000 people, that's still a special event.
Yeah.
So it draws the line in the sand where there's a reasonable accommodation for properties that are set up to handle that number of people already, without going over that limit. So that was the intent here. Yes, some of these events will require special event permits. It's not a, you know, a pass just because you have a building that holds 400 people. If you're gonna have a fire juggler, you know, that's a special event if you are a library. It needs to be tied to your public assembly permit, your C of O, or your site plan that says your use for the building. So we've clarified that quite a bit. Any questions on that?
Just the, so let's just say it is a church and they have a rock concert on the 1st of July. Can they do that every weekend, or how,
No, they'd have to apply for special event permits.
each time?
Each
But can
time.
they do that?
They could apply for a permit, sure.
Okay, we don't have a limit?
We do have, I believe, 12 events a year.
Right. But if they do it
If it's,
within the church.
depending on the zoning of the property.
That
If
they
it's-
can-
if it's in residential property, we have a limit of 3. If it's commercial property, not necessarily.
And Sean, what was the purpose to restrict the number of special events that can be held on a property with special covenants or restrictions?
Well, we didn't get there yet.
Okay, that's not in your.
That is in
one
here.
of your
It's just a
major.
different,
Okay, all right.
point, if I may
Okay.
reserve it.
No, that's fine. I wasn't sure if it was major or minor where.
Yep, that's
Okay.
definitely major. All right, I'll keep going onward here.
But we took out the specific requirement that it had to be, special events only were outdoor events. We're taking that
That's
out.
correct as well. So there was a little bit of a gray area here. State code considers tents indoor events, so people were like, I'm having an outdoor event.
Yeah.
Why am I being told I need a permit?
Yeah,
And our code staff saying, well, you're indoor, you're in a
Right.
tent.
If
The
you
state
have a
defines this as an indoor structure.
Half-mile tent, it's all indoors pretty much.
Right, so we've eliminated that question altogether. Indoor, outdoor, whatever it is, it still needs a permit. That was a big point of contention. We made that much more clear in this draft. All right, we have some title updates. Again, we've added Ryan's title. We've added a requirement that applications received less than 90 days prior to the proposed date may be subject to denial or late fees. So we have that 90-day requirement.
That was already there, I
That's
believe.
most of the change, right, is the title change?
Most of them are title changes,
Right.
correct.
On the 9th of applications received less than 90 days prior to the date, and may be subject to denial, but those that are received more than 90 days are also subject to denial.
They could be, yes.
So I just don't want somebody to read that thinking that, oh, as long as they get it done prior to,
Right,
prior
still has to hit all the
with more than
requirements.
90 days, that they are somehow going to be approved. They still have to meet with our standards.
Right.
Okay. If you're fine with that language, I just,
It gives the emergency management administrator more deference to approve or not approve something within the 90 days.
right, so
You know,
it may
based on
even
public
meet our,
safety.
it may meet our standards, but still be denied
added
because we just don't have adequate
Yeah.
time.
Right.
Just to tag in on this, it's really no change to the code. The 90-day requirement, the possibility of either denial or late fees beyond the 90, that maintains the exact same thing. What we actually added was we codified the capability to potentially waive some of the late fees associated with the beyond 90, which was a practice but wasn't previously codified, in the event that somebody demonstrated some sort of a hardship, or we were dealing with like a truly, because we certainly, as it's already been articulated, deal with applicants that are more and less charitable than others. We've always taken some of that stuff into consideration. So the language and the 90-day and everything, that remains consistent with the code as it previously existed.
Right, so we've added that to add that ability to waive some of those fees.
And just to be clear, in case anybody's worried, on denials, I think we've had like 2 in the last 3 years, that's it.
Very few.
We don't deny a lot of events if we can make these things work, and normally the denial is related to an inability of us to be able to provide adequate public safety support for whatever that event is. It's normally not anything other than that. If we're being overwhelmed on that day with too many different things, and there's an issue with us being able to provide police, fire, EMS, any other type of support that would be necessary for it, that would be the most standout item that we would utilize to support a denial.
That's a nice segue into our next change. So we've changed the title from town clerk to fire marshal, chief of police, or Ryan's title, for denial purposes and revocations. Because realistically, each of those three agencies is dealing with a component of a special event application. So that gives the agency reviewing that particular component of the application the ability to kind of tap the brakes and pull this event back, tell them, you know, hey, you're suspended until you do X, Y, and Z. So we built that control in. We've also built in the control that the applicant must submit copies of site plans, parking plans, fire evacuation plans. These are things we've historically asked for but didn't have codified anywhere. It's problematic when you try to litigate. You know, right away it's what does the law say? So we need the law to match our practice. Okay, title changes for several more pages.
And which page are, which section?
We are
When you-
getting through, so all the way up to page 13, they're all pretty much title changes. Again, adding those three agencies with their respective duties. On page 13, we have made a slight tweak to special event signs, extending that time frame from 10 to 14 days, allowing people to put their signs out 14 days ahead of their event. And then lastly, we get towards the end of this, we have restructured the fines and surcharges on page 16. We've added a $100 surcharge, which is consistent with all of the other amendments I've had before this board. We want to add surcharges to justice court dispositions. It's good practice. It helps prepare and create funds for dealing with some of these situations. It's a minimal impact on the applicant. And we've restructured the fines to align with the penal law. We've had this discussion several times as well. A violation level offense in the penal law is defined by a $1,000 fine maximum limit, a misdemeanor $3,000, so on and so forth. So we've made our fines align with New York State penal law. Our last major and substantial change is going to be on page 17. And this is where, Councilman Bouvier, we get into properties with covenants and restrictions and properties where development rights have been purchased. And this is significant because we didn't have anything on the books prior to this. Again, like I said earlier, no draft is perfect, but this is a step towards better. So with covenants and restrictions, we've come up with this requirement that we need a notarized consent of all parties with a legal interest in those covenants and restrictions. So say this is a subdivision map that says this parcel can't be used for X, Y, and Z. We want every stakeholder to sign off that they were okay with the property being used for that purpose of the event. With the development rights that have been purchased, the town has paid somebody consideration not to develop their property. So we've set a monetary amount here. Events having under 1,000 people would have an additional $2,500 fee added to the administration fee of their permit. Events having 1,001 or more people would have an extra $5,000 added to their event. This way the town is receiving a benefit for that development right that has been purchased as an offset. Again, it's not perfect, but it is a way to mitigate that impact. In both instances, we have limited those types of properties to 3 events per year.
And that money goes into a dedicated account for blight mitigation?
It could, we had put it on blight mitigation because that generally is the fund that is used to remediate and address these types of situations. And we also have, Ryan, if you'd like to add a little more, as well as Sergeant John Hamill here today.
All right.
There's a lot to digest here.
All right, so questions for any other questions for Sean?
Yeah, one more question, and I'm not sure of our process, but we have someone that's putting on a special event and raising money, and how do we verify what the overheads are against the actuals? Do we review, they submit that, is it by affidavit, or how does that work?
They are going to have to submit that by affidavit. So we're not auditing them, but we are taking their representation. It's a sworn statement. It's punishable by perjury if they're lying.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
So is that a follow-up letter after the event to say that I donated such and such, or how do you do that?
In most instances, yes. Cancel check receipts.
Because normally if you do it year over
affidavits.
year, you do that in advance. You say, this is what we gave last year. And so now you'll have to do something after an event also.
Right.
Okay.
You're supposed to
Yeah,
submit
that's
within
exactly-
30
Yeah,
days.
it's in the code now that it's a requirement that within X number of days following the event, you're actually supposed to show proof that you've completed that promised donation. So what some of these changes are trying to do is to also try and capture more of a firm commitment from some of the applicants to that contribution beforehand too. But unfortunately, there are limitations on what we can force people, to give. But I think the language surrounding the donation requirements, as far as the changes, any of the changes or modifications in this code surrounding the donation requirements or the definitions of charitable and things of that nature, are getting us closer towards our goals within the confines of what we're allowed to work with in the absence of being able to set a defined percentage or dollar value or something like that. We're trying to move the ball down the field a little bit here.
And I think it's great because sometimes these come in, these fundraisers, you never hear from them again. You don't know if they actually gave to anybody.
Yeah, when we do, as part of the reviewing process, which certainly something that we look at on a regular basis, is what is the contribution, what is the ticket value versus the contribution, because they do indicate some of those things up front to us, obviously. If they tell us that, the cheapest price ticket for the event is $1,000, but they're giving, $500 to XYZ local charity, and they intend on having, no more than 200 people present, well, if the cheapest ticket's $1,000 and the most expensive one is $20,000, and they're gonna have 200 people there, and they're leaving $500 behind in our community, gonna have to do a little bit better on that application.
But could
That's
I-
why,
Let me
we
just
added-
let me interject into that, because I think this is important. It's easy, and I'm not saying anybody's doing it, but it's easy to inflate your overheads in order to say how much money you have available to give to charity,
Right,
right? And we don't really have a way of checking.
right.
Well, we attempted to regulate this a little bit by adding the charitable organization support agreement. In theory, a charity or community organization that would benefit can foil these. And they can say, hey, we don't want to be involved and listed as your charity because you lowballed us on your support agreement. It's a document that would be subject to FOIL, that all the local charities would be certainly aware of. I think it can help to add that layer of transparency to see, what's the going rate for a donation?
May I just ask, are you talking about this in the context of the properties that have easements on them, or are you talking about this in general? Because there's two different things going on in this conversation right now. One's related to properties that have easements and imposing a specific fee on them
Right,
according to
those-
their attendance. But that has nothing to do with the other conversation of charitable organizations and how much they actually take in or not. In the
That's-
past,
No,
we
no, it
always,
doesn't. It got
within 30
conflated.
days,
Yeah.
Rick, just so you know, they had to submit to us canceled checks for all of the donations that they represented in their applications. Otherwise, they weren't eligible to apply again until those things were received. So, we assured that at least but for many years, we were always told by the legal department that we were not allowed to specify how much the donation was going to be. I would often encourage, when it was quite low, that it would be at least the value of one ticket for attendance, but there was no way to enforce that. We couldn't, I had some people that would leave $50, and I would be standing there, there was not much we could do about that. So I don't know what's changed in that regard, because for the last 15 years, our hands were tied. And we constantly went back to the attorney's office and had these conversations, but you can't verify the revenues. You can't verify their tax returns. You know, we can't get into those depths to know that they're contributing what percentage. You know, so it's really,
That still
it's a bit of an octopus, quite frankly.
And that still remains. and I
It
agree
still
with
is,
you.
yes,
Yeah,
but
it's
there's
the same
some,
problem.
that's
Yeah.
not the same thing as
That's-
what's going on with this easements, though, where
No,
you're
that's
telling
something
them how
different.
much they can.
That's where the
yes.
town's purchased the
No,
right.
there was different
And this is a
subjects.
set
Yeah,
fee.
okay.
To use that right that the town has purchased. So that's why it's different. It's not a donation. It's an application fee on the development right properties.
Because they don't pay the same taxes and such into,
Correct.
that
Right,
normal
they have
people
benefits
pay on their properties.
that they've
Just so you
received
know.
from
It
the
may be a
town.
fraction of what someone else would
Mhm.
pay. So I don't know, you know, that offsets it or
So,
not.
yeah, apples and oranges, but both hopefully improvements to address different situations.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go.
Can I just, I'm happy to answer any questions while I'm still here, but one of the changes that occurred in here, throughout the document, is a lot of title changes, and we've transitioned this over. Applications previously were submitted to the town clerk's office, now they're being submitted to the fire marshal's office, and I don't want that to, I don't want to just skip over that too quickly. I really just want to take a second to thank Sunny Shermeyer, our town clerk, for the years that she played that role in this. And I say it's big shoes to fill, but I'm sure my feet are bigger than hers. But figuratively speaking, we still gain a lot of institutional knowledge on an everyday basis with regards to applications that are coming into the office and some of the past procedures and everything from Sunday. And thankfully, we have a great dialogue back and forth. So although this is changing over, I think it's worth it to call out the many years of dealing with special event applications and the permitting process and orchestrating that back and forth conversation between a variety of different parties there that has to occur with regards to any of these applications along the way. I don't want it to just get handed off without kind of calling that out.
Thank you, Ron.
And I appreciate that. I'll just add to that, because, you know, we're on that distribution, myself as liaison to town clerk's office, and certainly Sunday is a wealth of information.
Sometimes
and-
too much, probably.
No, I never think that, but I think it's a good process to keep in place.
All right, so we'll go to the public. Is there anyone who wishes, now, this is not public portion yet, this is just on public hearing number 12.
Yeah, I want to speak on 12, I got it.
Okay, yeah, because I saw you indicated
Public
the
portion.
public portion.
I'm going to speak twice.
That's
I
fine.
wasn't going to speak on this, I wasn't aware of this, but Ray D'Angelo, Hampton Bays, I'm a little concerned how this bumps up to First Amendment rights and also, what's the other, the right for association. It seems quite arduous, like, we had a demonstration, the Bel Air Cove, and how does this affect advocacy demonstrations? I mean, we didn't get any permits, and I
Yeah,
don't
you
think
don't
we
need
should
it,
be required to get
but I'll-
permits.
I'll-
And I don't see how this was, you know, now, I'm concerned that we have to apply to the chief of police and code enforcement.
No.
Well, it's not, no one explained that,
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't
get-
have this in front of me.
We'll have somebody answer that for you, but yeah.
And the second thing is, how about just an organization that, you know, it's an advocacy group for example, Italian American Association. If we have a fundraiser now, we had it at the church, we have to get a permit for that now? I feel I don't have any intention of
Well,
getting a permit for
Ray,
that.
that's not what anyone's saying. We're talking about special permits, and I think the attorney can
Well,
make that
but no one
distinction.
delineated.
I'm happy to answer your questions,
You
Mr.
know,
Diaz.
so I'm concerned about that, so maybe he can, but thank you.
Okay, so we have two different questions. One has to do with like protest rallies, free speech, First Amendment
Yep.
rights. So who wants to take on that, dude?
Take it.
Okay.
No, happy to answer both of those questions. definitely happy to assure you that any type of protected speech activity remains a protected speech activity and is an exemption under the code just as it has been. The only thing that is asked of some of those activities by way of the code is just notice be made of the intended activity. No application to be filed, nothing else. And this has been what's been on the books forever because we cannot restrict those activities. The only reason we ask for notice to be made on those types of activities is for the purposes of if a roadway is going to be impacted by it or anything else, if there's going to be like a protest march or something like that, it's still a protected activity, it's still a free speech activity, but for the purposes of making sure that safety measures are put into place to guard that activity, we would want to, just have knowledge that it's going to happen. But otherwise, it does not need to submit to the application process in any way, shape, or form, nor do I want those extra applications coming through. And as far as the other question about, say a fundraiser that's being conducted, so some of those types of things may need it, may not. And then what I would say is that the change that's made here to allow for an activity that is occurring that's consistent with the building's normal use and consistent with their allowable number of people under their public assembly permit, those are now going to be excluded from having to make application as well. So I think it actually works towards not making that be necessary. And one of the reasons that we've taken that action and making that modification was we've had events over the years. I can cite one in particular over the last couple of years that's occurred regularly. It was a breast cancer fundraiser that occurred at a restaurant in Bridgehampton area. And they had to get a special event permit to have that fundraiser. It was a luncheon in a restaurant. Restaurants are made to have luncheons in them. They shouldn't need to get a special event permit in order to be able to have that event. We've now changed the language to make it so that if it's consistent with the normal use of the facility and within the allowable number of people that should be there, no need to get that special event permit anymore. So I think the changes are favorable towards the question 2, and as far as question 1 goes with the free speech activities, there's no change there because it's already protected and exempt from the code.
All right, thank you, Ryan.
Thank you, Ryan. We-
All right, is there anyone who has not yet spoken who wishes to be heard? All right, Mr. D'Angelo, I'll entertain your follow-up comment.
Wow. My question here, maybe I didn't make myself clear. If we have an event in the church, which it is, it is a religious, one of the tenets is our faith. Why would we need to get a permit? It's we have separation from church and state. You have no business getting involved in a church activity. And I don't think that made clear to anybody. I mean, what do you guys want to do now? Start regulating what goes on in church?
I think.
I listened to the whole thing intently, and I don't have it to follow up.
So,
But that wasn't made clear, though.
Churches have public assembly permits. If it falls within what the church would normally do, they don't need to get any additional permits for that. I thought that was made clear.
No, I
And-
don't
and
think-
religious
it wasn't-
observances
well, it
are not
wasn't-
part of
maybe
this.
it wasn't clear to me, but.
Religious observances are not part of this code. That is a First Amendment absolute right. So that's
Okay,
probably why it wasn't.
I'm troubled by this, and I think it's a little overreach, but I don't have what you have in front of you, so I would like to get a
It
copy of
sounds so,
that.
Mr. D'Angelo, in all due respect, it sounds like some of the things you're concerned about already exist in the code, and this actually is making it less restrictive for those kinds of things. making
Okay,
it
well, I'll
clearer that
review,
they don't need to-
we'll review it. I was just going by what's said
The
here.
deputy town clerk has a copy for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Sean, did you want to comment on that? Or
Sure. Church was used as an example because they are just large buildings typically with high occupancy limits. If a church wanted to have an event totally unrelated to what they usually do, and they're within that public assembly permit, the way this is structured, that's why it was used as an example. Religious activities, like Mr. Murphy had said, are exempt as First Amendment protected free speech, same as political activities. They are outside the realm of special events entirely.
All houses of worship.
Correct.
Right.
I know we're saying church.
Right, it's just an easy example.
But if a church wanted to have,
One would think.
wasn't a worship ceremony, they wanted to invite some group to have a meeting there, It's,
Sure.
if it's under their public assembly permit, it's fine, they don't need to get any
Correct.
special
Which we're saying
permits
is
for that.
if they're within their number of allowed occupants.
If they're allowed, let's say, 500
Right.
people to gather in their building,
Doesn't matter what
Right,
they're
so
gathering
we've
for.
And it's within their
restructured this
realm
so-
of what they typically do.
Right, the public assembly permit is now the catch-all. It goes
Right.
beyond the limit that it was 100 people before, now it's up to the limit of the public assembly permit.
right, so it's actually easier now for
Much
a
easier.
church to have an event like the Knights of Columbus or
Like
whatever.
a
it
carnival,
might be.
yeah.
Okay, okay, and, Mr. D'Angelo, if you have any other questions, Sean is available to answer those questions, his office is right down the hall here.
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Okay, all right, is there anyone else who has not been heard, who wishes to be heard at this, the last public hearing? All right, we'll go online, is there anyone online who wishes to be heard at public hearing number 12?
No hands.
There's no reason to leave this open, right, Sean?
There's
I-
a resolution, if the board is inclined, 2023-682.
All right,
Sorry.
I'll make a motion to close.
I have one hand.
Oh, we'll withdraw my motion, and we'll bring on this individual. This is, we just want to make sure this is public hearing number 12. This has to do with special events. So we are entertaining comment on public hearing number 12 only. We then will have public portion, which is more broad, and you can speak on any topic.
We've had people patiently waiting.
All right, we're waiting for.
Person declined.
Person.
Okay.
Okay.
So, if I might, Supervisor, suggest that you hold this open. I think the town clerk's office and myself would maybe like to go over some things in more detail rather than do it in public. And,
Well, unless, I would personally rather close it if you want us to not adopt it today, so you can.
if you could do that.
You know,
because I think need to
we
comment
could-
on
I- If I could,
If
first of
you
all,
think there's gonna be changes to the law that might require it to be renoticed, that's a different story. But if we're leaving it, if we're not closing it, then you're leaving it open for the public to comment. Internal comments we can still make prior to adoption.
Yeah.
So I would, Ms.
So-
Kosminski.
well, I had put this on for a vote today. It's the beginning of March. Not to rush it, because this has been circulated. We've had meetings on it. We've had, numerous discussions. I want to thank Sean and the attorney's office, as well as the police department, code enforcement, and the clerk's office, of course, for putting this together and getting this to the form where it is now. It's our hope that different entities could utilize this code for their fall events. The summer events were already set, they've been doing this, so I put it on for a vote, was asking, for a vote after this public hearing. But I suppose if there were more questions about it, we could entertain more questions, but I was hoping that it could be put in place at the beginning of May for those reasons.
Beginning of May or beginning of?
Now, beginning of
Now,
May.
okay.
Today.
There are some comments after listening to this that I think we would like to make, but it could be fairly quick, if you don't mind tabling it for, just for that purpose, so that we can get those comments into you.
So if there's a substantive change, do we have to renotice it?
You might have to, but I don't,
Depends- yeah, depends on the-
we have to, we do have some
How
questions
substantive the
tonight.
change is, yeah.
It's hours, not minutes.
Right, if it's like a verbiage tweak, we might be able to
Right.
get away with not renoticing, but if it's a substantive change, we certainly would have to renotice. I would suggest maybe the board close the public portion and adjourn the resolution.
Till
if
the
it's
next.
inclined that way.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, so I will make
You all right
a
with that?
motion to close the public hearing, seconded by
Second?
Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and we can decide later what to do with the resolution of adoption.
All right.
Okay, so that is the last of the public hearings. We will move on to public portion. Public portion, we allow the public to speak on any topic. We afford them 3 minutes to make their comments known. We'll do this both online and in person. I only have one card. There may be some other people who hope to speak in public portion, so we'll bring up Mr. D'Angelo.
You should. Just to consider. There were other people here before.
It's the only card I have.
Ah.
Jerry D'Angelo, Hampton Bays. I mean, this took me by surprise. I didn't think I was gonna get up here. Yeah, I wanted to comment, I have some questions, I don't know if I'm gonna get answers, but I do have questions about Resolution 2023-666, which states about a contract with the Hyduck Engineering Corporation. What the heck is it?
Page 33.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it doesn't take much to get me,
Yeah, it's sponsored
Okay.
by 4 of the 5.
Authorize
board
the supervisor to enter an agreement with Hyduck Engineering for professional engineering services in connection with preparation of the feasibility study to service business district of Hampton Bays. Well, when I read about this further, it mentions, they had previously did something for 30 Cemetery Road. And my question is, does this mean that 30 Cemetery Road is back in play, and you're considering it again for the STP, for this, which is not defined, by the way, the business district of Hampton Bays, which I really think it should be defined. I don't know what that means, but as you know, Supervisor, that this was widely vetted and rejected by the community, this site. And I don't understand why we're gonna go back down that road. This site, the situation hasn't changed. It's gonna be a very contentious site. There's gonna be legal challenges probably. I don't know why we're gonna waste the town's money in reviewing this again. I don't understand what the point of this is. I don't know what logic is being employed. So I think that it would be better used to explore alternative sites. This doesn't come out of my time, I hope. I mean, I want him to...
No, you can keep going, we're listening.
Okay, well, he seems like he's not listening to me, but, you know, other, you know, back in, and I have it here, in the September 22nd edition of the Southampton Press, which you quoted in that you said you were going to make an effort to look at alternative sites.
Yes.
And have we ever looked at these alternative sites? Have they been evaluated? I think the engineering study should be to examine these alternative sites. To do the Dirty Cemetery Road again is going to run in headlong into all kinds of opposition, and it's going to bog down. I mean, I don't see the point of doing that. I don't understand what the benefit of going down that road again. And you know, it was widely, you quoted in the paper, and you even agreed that the people rejected this site. So my point is, why don't we go, there's other sites, why don't we use this money to explore these other sites? I was on a call last night, and someone said, now this is just conjecture on my part, that the Justice Court may be moving, and that's down by the transfer station. That's a big site. That would be a wonderful site for a sewage treatment plant. I mean, it's a little further from the downtown Hampton Bays, but the effluents can be pumped there, just like the West Hampton Beach site is far from West Hampton Beach, and the effluents is pumped over there. So I really think that we should look at that site. Instead of going back and looking at 30 Cemetery Road again, and, you know, it's going to be loggerheads again, let's bring up this other site and look at that. Or some of these other sites that you mentioned in the paper, which have never materialized. So I don't know anyone that's against the sewage treatment plant.
30 seconds.
I know a lot of people that were against it at 30 Cemetery Road. And that's my point. I think we all want to go forward here with a sewage treatment plant, so let's do it. Let's look at some other sites.
I'm just sorry,
I don't
Rick,
see
where
it
are
in
you
here.
seeing 30 Cemetery Road in the resolution?
In the beginning, it comments about Resolution 222, I don't know the number, which was references the HIDEC report that was presented to you last July about 30 Cemetery Road.
Yeah, but in that report, they also did a whole bunch of other work that would be a shame to just throw out the window.
Well, I'm not telling them to throw that out, but I mean,
So
what do you
that's
throw
all
out the
We
part
already
of it.
paid
We
for them
are-
to
yeah.
do part of the study.
So we're looking at other sites where we're including like topography and several other items
Well,
that they've done
right,
in
it's
their
not clear by the
design.
wording of that
But
resolution.
Janice can
So
clear
you're
that up.
looking at a whereas, which is there's nothing factually incorrect, though, that. on
Well, no,
November-
really, but it's not clear.
No, but it's just saying that on November 24th of 2020, that resolution hired this engineering firm to
Yeah.
look at, okay.
I'm very well aware of that report, I read it several times.
No, okay, so, and as you know, I was at those listening sessions, and lots of people raised significant concerns about that cemetery property.
And it's still there. That's the point.
If I may finish.
Go ahead,
so,
sure.
you know, so there were 2 residential properties next to it, that obviously was in close proximity. There's Good Ground Park on one side. To the north is cemetery property. To the west is also cemetery property. People felt like, they were certainly concerned that because they go to the cemetery to remember their loved ones, departed loved ones, that any smells associated could impact that experience. And I said that we would look at alternative sites, that we would look to see if there were better sites than that one. The resolution doesn't take any property specifically off the table. It just hires an engineering firm to figure out what are the best sites. And clearly, that is not a particularly good site for those multiple reasons. Let's see if we can find a better site. And
I'm with you there. The only
Okay.
point is that the resolution, if you read it, doesn't make it clear to us. That's why I came up here.
Well, no, it didn't say that any site, Good Ground Park, any site is off the table. It just says that we're gonna bring in a firm, and I'll let Janet speak to this, to evaluate what are the possible sites, what, the pros and cons of those sites. Let's find the best site.
Well, due
You know,
respect,
There's also was some concerns about the cemetery site not being big enough to handle anything more than
Well-
the downtown area, when other properties in Hampton Bays, probably should be sewered, particularly those that leach into Tiana Bay and Shinnecock Bay. So there is limited utility to that site because of its limited size. So, in good faith, we want to hire an engineer. I can tell you, and you were at some of those listening sessions, and I asked, do people think Hampton Bays, downtown, should be sewered? Overwhelming support for sewering. They understand it because they understand that nitrogen from human waste gets into the groundwater and gets into the bays and causes algal blooms. And, and modern communities are sewered.
I agree, and no one's, I don't know anyone, all my colleagues, that do not want to have the downtown sewage. One of the points, though, is I think you should give a definition to what the downtown business district is. It's not defined, and that's confusing. I'm going to go, again, that the resolution does not make it clear, and a reasonable person could take from that resolution that you were going to look at 30 Cemetery Road and see if it could be expanded to handle this Hampton Bays downtown business district. So I just wanted to come up here today and tell you that I think that's a non-starter. It's a waste of time. It's just going to end up in a legal entanglement, and we should move on to it.
Well, that site's been studied. The idea is to study other sites, but if we could bring Janice.
Yeah, and I just want to say that there was a comment made that we should start over with a new engineering firm. And in my
I didn't
opinion,
make
that
that
would be a
comment.
complete waste of taxpayer money when this engineering firm already has studied the topography, knows the area, and we would be basically starting from scratch when we've already paid money to have all of that work done.
I agree, and this resolution actually adds $85,000 to do a more, if I could finish, a more extensive study in Hampton Bays, and I would hope that you and others would be
I
happy
agree,
about
but it
that.
doesn't-
Because the goal is the very thing that you're at the podium asking us to do, is to consider other options.
Well,
So,
I would feel more comfortable if the resolution stated that. I mean, if you sign this contract, we're going to foil it, we're going to find out if you're true to your word. Just like I you know, I keep, everything you say, I keep, you know, and, you know, if you want, you could read this, and I expect you, when you say things, we're gonna hold you to it. So, I'm saying that the contract, I hope the wording says that we'll.
Mr. D'Angelo, are you pleased that we are putting resources into downtown Hampton Bays? Just,
Am I pleased?
yes. I have to ask.
Am I,
Public,
I don't
yeah.
understand the question. Ask me-
Okay.
Say that again to me. You know?
Withdrawn.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I am, you know, if you think you're gonna put resources into Hampton Bays, downtown Hampton Bays, yeah, I am pleased, but I'm not pleased that, you know, the town didn't apply for the program to update to get grants, to update the frontage on all these businesses. You guys dropped the ball there. You didn't do-
We did that.
You said you didn't realize, at the express sessions, you didn't, somebody brought that up, and you said you
What I
weren't with.
said, when somebody said that we didn't apply, I was a little bit surprised, so I said I didn't realize we didn't apply.
Well, did you find-
It turned out to not be a true statement. We didn't-
Okay, well, then
So-
I stand corrected. I hope it's, you know.
Somebody said we didn't apply, that wasn't true, so, I think one person, maybe one private business
Okay.
didn't request the money that they had. I think somebody may have gotten something a little bit confused, but yeah, Janice, do you wanna come up and, you know, address the
Thanks for
the
answering my
sewage
question.
treatment? Thank you, Ray. And Janice, I don't know to what degree you're part of the downtown beautification money, you know, for businesses. I think that's more Kara's
That's,
department.
yes, and we initially came up with the grant program together with Diana Weir, using CDBG money for the facade, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think
Facade
that's-
improvement program, and we did offer that for a number of years, and we only got one application, and with CDBG money, it's use it or lose it. So we will re-up again next year, but we didn't get any takers within the time frame, and so that's why they didn't get renewal of that funding stream, but that doesn't mean we don't get
Oh, so the
CDBG money anymore.
The county did not renew
Yeah.
it. It wasn't the town didn't apply for it.
I'm not sure that Kara applied for it or not, you would
Okay.
have to ask her, but we would like a little more coordination with land management and their, what they apply for, if it does have,
Yeah,
you
and
know.
it was escalating amounts
Some-
over a
Yeah,
period
somebody
of
had,
time.
somebody had said at one of the forums that the town sort of discontinued that program.
I don't think we
They-
discontinued
we
it, it
did.
was that we didn't really have any takers, and so they put the CDBG money into actual projects that we knew we were going to accomplish. We did apply for CDBG money, and then we didn't get anybody applying
So
to
it got
use
used
it,
in the
and so
community thing.
CDBG is use it or lose
Right.
it. So we didn't wanna
Use it on
lose it, we have to
community
reallocate
So
it.
maybe, you know, because we do want people to improve their street facades.
We sure do, we
Whether
love
it's
that
awnings,
program,
and Can
but
we look at, maybe waiving building permit fees for awnings and things like that, beautification of facades?
that's entirely up to you all.
Okay.
I remember Diana, we were coming to our CAC meeting years ago, like asking people to apply for this, and there
I-
were just no takers.
We did have one, and he was like a coastal landscaping gentleman, and we did grant him some money, but, and then he wanted to come back again, and that's where we were like, we ran out of the, funding stream for that round, but this is ongoing.
Yeah,
It doesn't end,
It's
so we
not a
just
consistent
reapply.
source of money. It
If we can
changes
line
year to
people up in
year.
advance and then apply for the money, that would be ideal, because then CDBG knows that we have bona fide projects. What we were doing was applying for the money and then saying, hey, everybody, we have money, give us projects, and that wasn't the way to do it. Now would be, hey, we have, who wants to propose a project, then we apply to CDBG and say, we have these 5 takers, people who wanna do these things, and then they'll give us the money, you know, so
Yeah.
it's just the directional flow of it.
$70,000 project with Kara this year, so I mean, it's.
Yeah,
being
and we are
utilized.
using CDBG, of course,
and it
and that's not, but
changes.
Yes.
it
Right.
just, instead of having a pot of money that you don't know if you're gonna spend, you
If
need
people
to
don't apply
have
to
I
use it
wanted
projects.
to
for
correct a
facade, we use it elsewhere.
misconception that the town somehow abandoned its facade
No, we're not dropping
improvement
any ball
program.
on anything, so
Okay.
there's that. When it comes to the purpose of this resolution, the reason why the first clause, the first whereas, is to establish the fact that Hayduck is uniquely qualified in a professional service realm, that we don't have to go to bid, we can hire them under professional services because they're already they've already done that work that we were just discussing. So we know that they already did that, they did a great job, whether or not people liked it, in terms of the engineering work and EFC's approval of that work, they did an excellent job.
The purpose now, I have it written down, establish and confirm the boundary of a proposed sewer district. We talked about expanding it out, 24 maybe is the boundary out to King Cullen. So as part of this work, you will establish the boundaries. Likely, I would recommend just a little past the diner, to encompass that end of town and then to
Still
the King
focused on
Cullen.
commercial?
Still focused on the entire commercial corridor. Number 2, evaluate all the properties within a 1-mile radius of the boundaries, right? So we're going to evaluate any feasible property within a 1-mile boundary of
Can I ask
this.
on that, because at the listening sessions, and I know you were at least one of them, several people said, why don't you do it at where the transfer station is, the former dump? Is that within a 1-mile radius?
It is. The biggest reason I would say is we
Well-
already looked at that and it's uphill and it's in the
Well,
Pine
but that
Barrens.
could-
There's a
no,
couple
they
of
could bump
reasons.
uphill, but I just want to make sure that I'd like to evaluate that
Sure,
property.
you
If
can
it's
evaluate that
not-
property.
Technically not feasible, or it's cost prohibited.
It probably is cost prohibitive, but there's nothing to say we couldn't add that
But
into
I'm just
the,
saying, a number of people asked us to
analysis.
consider it. I don't want this resolution to rule that out because
It
it's beyond
doesn't.
a mile. Is it, it's within a
It's
mile?
yes, it's within a mile.
Okay.
Establish all properties within a 1-mile radius of the boundary for suitability, and the properties will be evaluated and rated according to metrics. So we'll have some, like a rubric, some metrics, like who owns it, what's its proximity to surface water, what's its proximity to the public water supply, what kind of infrastructure, like you just said, pumping stations, they're extremely cost prohibitive. How much do we have to pump uphill? Ideally, engineering-wise, you want gravity, you want to use gravity to help you, and so you want it to go downhill. So those kinds of things, we'll have an analysis and a rubric to compare and hold up properties and say, this one only met one of the metrics and this one met all 5. So that way we all are scoring things on not whether, I like it, or whether or not it's technically feasible and the cost benefits, right? And then Hayduck has teamed up with H2M, who is the water district engineers, and they will prepare a dynamic groundwater model that will indicate any potential impacts to the water supply, because that's also what you heard. People saying, it can't be here or there because what about the water supply? What about the fire district and the contamination? And all those issues will be discussed in this expanded analysis. And that is the point. So I do apologize if it was not clear in the resolution. The first clause is really just about the fact that we previously retained this firm to do some work, and now you're retaining them again to do additional work, and that's the only point.
One of
I understood it.
One of
Thank
the
you.
things that came up at the listening sessions, I don't know if it's one that you were at, there was concern that a sewage treatment plant is going to, one, smell, but also sewage could be running into downtown, overflowing, that kind of thing, and there's constant trucks coming in and out. I think it's important, because, sewage treatment plants have come a long way from the old days, the modern sewage treatment plants. There's plenty of examples all over the place, and I'm not gonna say they never smell, but for the most part, I mean, there's one at Southampton Hospital right next door, and I've ridden my bike past it 100 times. Most people don't even know it's there. So can we do some education around what sewage treatment is and the different technologies, and why some of those misconceptions or some of those ideas are misconceptions that, some may be valid, when the sludge is being picked up and transferred to another site. If there isn't positive odor control, then it's possible. But there are technologies that can mitigate most of the impact. So I'm not saying it's perfect, but there may be some community perceptions that are real and some that may be misconceptions.
Sure, I can look into trying to come up with some
And I think
experts who
that
can
maybe
do some
if
kind
we're,
of
if we're
outreach.
promoting a particular type of technology, whether it's, membrane batch reactors or whatever it might be, or nitrics, that maybe the public would have an opportunity to visit a site that employed that technology, so they could get a sense of what it looked like?
I guess. I
Could you
mean, we
give
can try
examples
to
and-
work that out. I don't know. I couldn't give you a definite answer because I would have to look into it.
You
But
know.
I know that Hayduck
I just think it's
has
helpful.
designed a sewage treatment facility in the Carmen's
They're actually-
watershed. But
There's actually and let's talk afterwards.
I was just gonna say,
At
when
the
they-
health department, there's a list of places that we
Yeah.
can see and visit. There's also there's a lot.
And
So
Hayduck
just-
could also take the board too.
Right,
Just
well,
so-
you have Southampton Village is trying to create one, and you have East Hampton Village is trying to create one. West Hampton just created one, though they're using the facility up at Gabreski Airport, which I've never heard a single complaint.
Because it's
in
on the
ter-
county DPW site.
It's up at the county site, but there are a lot of other,
It also
users.
requires a pump station, actually, too, to get up.
Yeah, I've passed that site and lots of times, remember, I used to
Right.
be with the
I-
county. I never smelled it, but.
you don't really smell it.
you
I mean,
don't.
you don't even really, even Indian Island isn't an issue, which is the Riverhead Sewer District. You don't really ever know about that either, and people are always around there. These are largely underground and in buildings, so the wells are down in the ground, and there's, air scrubbers and odor controls, and everything's in a building contained, buffered, so typically they're not a nuisance. In fact, they're a benefit to the
I
environment.
just feel like, we have to do some hand-holding here with the community. I want them to have a comfort level.
Sure.
That
So we'll look into where else,
It's not gonna impact their quality of life.
Yeah.
So I think for the most part, people understand the need and they want it. They want us to figure out the right location, one that's scalable, one that maybe isn't right adjoining residential properties, one where it's technologically feasible and cost-effective. And that's really what this study is going to help determine, what our options are and the pros and cons of the different options. And
That's the whole point.
figure out what the best site is.
Yes.
Yep.
That's right. So that's what we're doing. And as soon as we get underway, we'll have regular progress reports where the engineer can come with H2M and describe what they've seen. We'll be back in work session for you to see that work as it progresses. After you
Just
hire
again,
them, there's always this period of time where we have a contract phase, and then that always takes some time, and then they can
It would be
begin work.
nice if we had a site, I know this is focused on the business district, but I keep going back to Tiana Bay. And, there's a lot of houses over there and a lot of houses on Shinnecock Bay. And we can do IA systems, but it may be, at some point, having a sewer main to be able to connect to may be much less expensive. And if there's a site that can handle more than just downtown, it's worth looking at.
Sure, I mean, I think always the bigger the better, but as you know, properties we're not getting any more, and they're going
Right.
fast, so the sooner the better. We can look into it, and obviously it's a long-term plan. So
Yeah, and
we
the
have to
trade-off
think
with clustered
long
IA
range.
systems is about 50 units, that's what
Yeah.
we found, as far as cost, according to cost.
But yeah, to have a large enough property that you could connect to it
It's
and
a
scale
bonus
it.
if the site
If it
is
could be,
scalable.
then we're happy to find that if we could, so,
Okay.
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
Sure.
Thanks, Jen.
Thank you for the public presentation on such short notice.
Yeah.
No problem. I filled out a green card, I don't know where it went.
Yeah, I only had one green card reached me. Let me look, but Amy, you're welcome to come up and speak. I know some of you other folks.
Along that line,
Could we?
Ms. Paradise, before you begin, I just want to say, I just got a message that there were a number of people that wanted to speak on public hearing number 12, but could not raise their hand online. Charles, is everything okay?
I
Well,
have a few people that have
think
raised
about
their
it,
hand.
and,
Okay.
you know.
I have a
Wait.
few people.
That want to speak on public hearing number 12?
Well, they did, but we closed it.
I
Can't
can't
tell.
tell which,
Well, no, but we haven't closed the meeting, so we technically could reopen
Okay.
public hearing number 12 and
Well,
entertain
do
their
you want to
comments.
finish
Okay.
public portion?
Yeah, so we have a number of people
I-
who want to
People
speak
that
in
have been
public
waiting.
portion.
Amy,
Raise
thank
your
you.
hand if you want to speak in
interrupted you,
public
so-
portion. Let me just see how many there are. Amy and you, and it's three? So, yeah,
Okay.
let's do that. Amy, do you want to go first?
And then we'll go to hybrid.
Then we'll go
Members
back.
of the board, with respect to the sewer plant thing, I'm happy to see that you're expanding the business district. You need to include Stop and Shop. I work there, it's gross. But I will ask you to remember, please, about Cemetery Road. I know about sewer plants. I ran a Class 5 sewer plant. But the big thing with Cemetery Road is this. You were given a letter, Mr. Schneiderman, from the Cemetery Board Association. They are not now or at any time in the future going to give you access on Cemetery Road, period. They're not giving you easements. They're not giving you access. It is a private road. Now, there is an easement that said they had vehicular access to the back property. I guess you can't take that away and say, okay, you can't use a truck. But it was clearly given because somebody was living back there. It was never given with any reference to building a commercial facility back there. Secondly, that's the only access he got. And in the Haydock report that you had before, it said you need a construction easement. You're not getting it. You're not getting an easement to run utilities under it. There's an easement in there that allows a water line specifically and only for the use of the cemetery. That's all you're getting. We're not changing on that. I've been to a cemetery. I'm not on the cemetery board, but I went to a meeting and I worked with Joanne Schneider, and she is on the cemetery board. The reason is you're risking damage to the oldest part of that cemetery. You have big trucks rumbling in and around next to the oldest part. Stones are going to fall over. Stones are going to get broken. It's very difficult and very expensive to make repairs to those things. And it just isn't right. A cemetery is a place of quiet and reflection. People pay money to have that land preserved in perpetuity. And it shouldn't be changed into a public highway. And I don't think you can legally do it. Okay, enough on that. My second thing is just, I've been coming to meetings now for a couple of years, listening about land. I've told you I'm an eco warrior. I am. You could tie me to a tree. There's a new thinking going on because of climate change. And I'm not the only crazy person thinking about it. In fact, I heard a discussion from the BBC. The United Nations is looking at changing the definition of gross domestic product. How does this tie into Hampton Bays? We always talk about development rights, taxes that we get from land. We look at a piece of land and all we think about is the money associated with it that benefits people. Well, we've obviously, I don't care whether you agree on the roots of climate change, we are in the midst of climate change. We either adapt or we die in the long term. So the notion is, look at all that land and think carbon dioxide sink. How much is that worth? Now we already know that they came up with this system for trading carbon dioxide and putting a dollar value on it. But that's really like trading the harm we're doing. This will say this piece of land is worth this much money because it is a carbon dioxide sink. And we need to start thinking that way instead of just saying tax dollars, development rights. And if you did that with our town, you'd have an interesting equation going on. So that's all.
Interesting
Thank you.
points. Thank you, Amy. Okay, ma'am, the second row.
I didn't fill out a card because I didn't intend to speak. I was informed by my name is Catherine Littlefield, and I live at 22 Mill Farm Lane, a community of Mill Farm Lane, Diamond Court, and Flying Point Road. I was informed by my neighbors that the town was considering purchasing land in Bowers Lane in order to put a village sewage removal site. And then I was approached last night by several neighbors who are canvassing and organizing and looking to retain an attorney. And because this was done without public notice or discussion, so everyone is alarmed. And I thought today I would get more information, but it was not on your agenda.
Yeah, no, it's not on the agenda, so I could maybe fill in some of the missing pieces. So-
Thank you. Before everyone's getting, what usually happens.
Right, so
All
you
the
heard some
families are-
conversation about sewage treatment
Yes.
in Hampton Bays. So the village of Southampton has been trying to connect downtown Southampton Village to sewers, and they've been working with engineers, not us, but the village trustees, and they have finally, or maybe finally, come up with a plan. And they have identified a site, a triangular piece of property outside the boundaries of the village. So it's within the town, but not within the village. The village is entirely within the town. And they are asking us to consider that site for possible sewage treatment. They have sort of laid out what that might look like, and we've asked them for certain information. So we have not yet held any public hearing on acquiring the site. They're asking us to buy it using our water quality money for the purpose of their sewage treatment facility. But it hasn't gotten to the point of any public hearing yet.
Okay.
The village, I believe, was still doing some environmental analysis. And, we have asked the village to look at other sites. And so far, at least they've been saying that they have looked at alternative sites. This is the best site for them. And they've had some conversations with the health department, and they're representing that the health department thinks it's a good site. I recognize that that site may have some issues, particularly in its proximity to residential properties.
Yes.
So the village has sort of led this, and we haven't gotten to the point where we could actually hold a public hearing on acquiring it for the purposes of a village sewage treatment plant. It's just not quite there yet. But I'm glad it's getting out to the public that the town
It's
is
getting
looking
out
at.
to the public, because, see, Bowers Lane is here and we live here. So we have Flying Point Road, which has two new, very large homes.
Yes.
Very close. And then we live here, Mill Farm and Diamond Court, that whole Seven Ponds development is
Yes.
right off Seven Ponds Road. And so we are concerned. And so, that's why I'm here. And I just wish we had more information, because it was a little feverish last night, and looking for an attorney to represent the group who isn't, it's not really a group, this isn't really a project, it's just something
Right.
out there to be discussed. And so how could we get more information out?
Well, as it comes in, and, we could do our best to notify. This is a village project, but it's happening within the town. And,
Yeah,
I personally wish they picked a property within the village, because
well,
the
that's
peop-
another bone of contention.
Yeah, because the people who are affected by the plant in this location don't get to vote for the village trustees, right?
Correct.
All right, so, but they do vote for town board members. So, I think that, we're still waiting on the village to give us more information. I hear that there may be some folks even within the village who don't think this is the best site, so I don't know if it's a final thing. The property is for sale, I believe, and, we have had some conversations, I think, through our CPF office with that property to make sure that it's for sale. But, other than that, I don't know, Jack, does anybody else want to provide any additional information about it?
I believe the village is gonna be doing some informational sessions on it.
Yeah.
That's what I heard last.
I
And
think
they'll
if
be
you-
posted? How would we
Yes.
know?
I can speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you'd need to speak with the village trustees or the village office too, because I don't know what their plans are.
Step away.
At some point, this is gonna come, if they continue to push for this site, at some point, there's gonna have to be a public hearing.
Okay.
You hear it?
With us.
Absolutely, as to whether this is something that-
There's no public hearing.
Oh, yeah.
We're doing
No.
this under the table.
No,
Yeah.
we're just
Right,
not.
no,
today.
in
When
fact-
the rumor mill starts.
Sure, no, yeah.
It
Right.
grows.
I could tell you from this board's perspective, because there was, some conversations about us buying it as a future water quality site. And we all felt that that would be disingenuous, because if there's a future that involves a sewage treatment plant, the public ought to be fully aware of that before we even acquire it. So if we're acquiring it for a future site of sewage treatment, perhaps we wouldn't do that if there was significant community concerns. But,
I just wanted to let everyone know that we did ask the village to bring this to the community formally, and they have been working on finalizing their sewage treatment plans and are looking to start the process of doing SECRA on their analysis. So we don't have any plans available to us at this point. We are aware of those plans, being finalized.
And does that include other sites, not just this one?
Well, and I know that there are already alternative sites that they have looked at and that have been declassified and would not be appropriate. But I did speak with one of the village trustees this morning, actually, and they said they're looking to set a public hearing for June. So that would provide community members, if you're concerned.
Yeah.
So that would be on a recent village board meeting. So I think they would be scheduling it for early or mid-June for that meeting.
So you would have to follow the Southampton Village public hearing notices and agendas to see when that comes up on their agenda, because it wouldn't be on ours.
So that, would it be better for our interest the group wants to retain an attorney to follow this, and so that we're scattered, we have different lives, and maybe someone would be better suited to follow it, to do everything they can.
it's up to you. We can't give you legal
we
advice
can't
like
quite
that.
give you that advice, but.
So would they be, I'm talking about informational, with an attorney
Ma'am, would you just come back
representing
up,
us?
just because we're recording this meeting?
Sorry.
And I don't want what you have to say to not be part of the public record.
Okay, so with an attorney following this with us, would do diligence in getting the information to everyone? Would
We
that
can't
person
advise
be
you how to-
given?
It's legal advice.
We can't advise you as to
How to-
how to best protect your interests.
Okay,
Though it certainly would not be unheard of for a group of residents to seek legal counsel on an issue that they thought was important to them. So, but that's up to you.
And you can certainly speak with, that's Jackie Fenlon, she's our CPF manager, it's Dan McCormick, who's the
Okay, so
attorney for the CPF.
like I would like to stay in
Myself,
touch.
you can speak with us. We've been involved in it. Right now, we don't have a willing seller for this project, for that property.
You don't have
If
a
we,
what?
a willing seller for that property,
Okay.
the Bauer property.
Mhm.
But if we do at some point, if we were to consider purchasing the property, for whatever reason, we'd have to have a public hearing.
okay,
yeah.
so that would come first.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
But that would be on the town of Southampton side of this.
Yes.
And trying to make the point that the Southampton Village is really the one wanting to do this. They're the one managing this. They're the ones that are gonna be holding public hearings and all of that, to make that
So
determination.
we would not have access to their.
Yeah, sure you would.
attend.
Get on their website, absolutely. Go to the
Okay.
village hall, when they schedule them. That's where I
You
would
can
have
contact the
input.
village administrator and ask to be
Okay.
noticed if anything comes up.
Okay, great,
And so depending on what happens there,
yeah.
then something happens with us at some point, something would come in front of us.
So
whether
there'll
we
be
would
multiple
purchase
steps.
Yeah.
The implication
With
was that
two
this was
different-
all being done
two different
surreptitiously.
jurisdictions.
No, that can't
Southampton
happen.
Can't
Town
happen.
and
Okay,
Southampton Village.
that's what I needed
Sure,
to tell.
no,
I,
right.
I think
The
where this
people on
all
my
the
email
disconnect
list.
on this-
Of course.
I think where the disconnect on this came forward was generally, land acquisitions are handled outside of the public realm until they're to a point where we can engage the public, because we can't really engage the public while negotiations
Got it.
are ongoing.
Okay.
But absolutely, once it gets to that section where we're actually thinking of acquiring, then we would hold public hearings.
All right, thank you so much.
And again, it's the village that is asking us to consider acquiring it. It doesn't mean the village could not purchase it on their own. I just don't know, even if they acquired it on their own, that they could build a sewage treatment plant without getting some kind of permits through the town for a change of use.
And we would need to opine on that
Yeah.
as a board.
Okay,
That,
great.
that's a long process to get there, and it's very open.
That's a very good term, long process.
And I would, but I would also stress that you do get involved at the village level, because even though you're not village residents, this will affect you, and as they will have people from the village there in support, you know, you have very valid reasons as to why you don't want it,
Okay.
so.
But I do, because it is important that we start removing nitrogen from waste. It's important to Lake Agawam in the village, which I'm sure you enjoy. It's important to our drinking water, all of our bays and harbors, and the technologies have improved. So I just ask also, as much as you educate yourself on what the village's plans are, to educate yourself on the environmental side of sewage treatment, to, you know, and the technologies, and maybe, you know, maybe it's not a bad thing. Maybe it's.
My husband is a retired engineer
Perfect.
that built wastewater treatment
Perfect.
plants. So I've been
So-
educated via marriage, but I live in a community
Then you
that
don't-
says not next door to me.
Yeah,
Right.
well, those are two very different
Exactly.
things.
So I understand your concerns, but I want to make sure that you're armed with all the facts that you can
Thank
possibly
you.
be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions for Ms. Fenlon on this topic while we're here, and ma'am, you may want to listen to this.
Ma'am?
Okay. You may want to listen to this, just because I have some follow-up questions on this. You said that the Village of Southampton is going to be doing a SECR, State
They're-
Environmental
Analysis.
Quality Review Act. They're doing the SECR on this. And so we've had some recent experiences with other municipalities doing SECR. Does this SECR include this particular parcel?
I
That the
believe it
village
does, as
is
an
going to be doing?
alternative, yes.
And that will also include public hearings?
Correct.
About their system?
I think there's-
Utilizing the parcel that was referenced here today?
Yeah, I believe.
Right?
But that's,
So
again,
There's a
theoret-
Senate
within
hearing
the
on that
village.
exact topic
Yeah,
for
okay.
June.
So theoretically, we do not have to do SECR if the village does this SECR and, on this particular parcel in order for us to purchase it?
Once they conduct SECR, we'll be in a better spot to answer that question, depending on.
Oh, okay.
State Environmental Quality Review.
It's a type 1, right?
It's through that process
Okay.
where
It's-
many of the impacts are analyzed. And you, as a concerned neighbor, ought to be at the table there, so that when they develop the scope of issues that they're going to address, whether they be, you know, odors or other environmental impacts, you are making sure that those are things that are going to be part of their analysis. So-
And part of the design is this intermunicipal possible organization, that it gets coordinated with the public as well. So that's why I asked that question and stopped you at the door.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jackie.
You're welcome.
We would actually have to we'd have to adopt our own finding statement, even if the village does do an EIS and follows through. And if during that process, they'd have to have at least one public hearing, probably two, for theirs, when they're doing the secret process, but, and then they make a determination. And then if we were ever somewhere down the road having a public hearing to buy this property, we'd have to we'd have to adopt our own finding statement pursuant to that state environmental quality review. Right? That's all.
Okay.
There's a willing to.
Yes, if there
Thank
is.
you, Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so if you have to go, you can,
Yeah.
you can stay.
I stopped.
So there were other people who wanted to speak in public portion, correct? Yes.
I also live on Mill Farm.
Yeah, you gotta
So you
have,
gotta-
so,
Sorry, just so we can hear you.
yeah, so we're recording, and this is something that the public can go back online and view. If you don't speak
see.
from that position, then you,
No one can hear
no
you.
one will be able to hear you. So-
Okay, I see. Yeah, I'm Dr. Grace O'Malley, and I'm here with my husband Roy and our neighbor Marlene Esposito. We all live on Mill Farm Lane, and I'm happy that Mrs. Littlefield spoke on our behalf, because we're all very concerned about this issue having to do with the sewage treatment facility being put in very close proximity to our residential neighborhood. And we don't know a lot about it. I don't know, my husband's not an engineer that does sewage treatment plants, but we're just, on the face of it, it's concerning. And we also wondered if, at first, did the village even have the right to do what it's doing and then to decide to put this facility on town property without consulting with anybody, you know? Well, I guess they haven't had a chance yet to open it to the public, but it's just, I think it's a good time to let them know from now that there are a lot of concerned residents that are close
to that proposed site on Bowers Lane. So, yeah, within walking distance, and yeah. So I just wanted to also, voice my concern and support Mrs. Littlefield's statement, and our neighbors, some of whom could not be here for various reasons,
Well,
but
the
they're
fact
also
that,
very
you know,
concerned.
They chose a preferred site that's outside the village boundaries.
Yeah.
You know, this board has the land use control, so where, if they wanted our money to acquire it, they need our permission. And so we're certainly gonna listen to the neighbors and also look at the bigger picture and make an informed decision. And they also potentially would need some sort of change of zone. If they pick a site inside the village, we have no jurisdiction.
Right.
So they could do what they, and I happen to have a house in the village. This site is not too far from where I live.
Oh.
But if they pick a site, it would really be up to them to determine, if there's public support, address all these issues and the zoning issues. But because they're picking a site outside the village, they have to go through us. So
Right.
that's the path that they seem to be choosing.
Right.
But there's no guarantee. We have made no promises that we'll support the site.
All right.
So
Mhm.
we're gonna analyze it, we'll do our due diligence, we'll listen to the community, we'll make a decision.
That's
If it gets to that point.
Mhm.
It's not quite at that point yet.
Right.
But it is proposed, and I do think it's fair to be following this closely.
Okay, well, thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just add that what happens at the village is going to end up here in our laps, to the supervisor's point. So that's where you look first and make your comments known as to the village during their process.
Okay, anyone else? Any, no?
I think we're all Mill Farm.
Okay, anyone else here who wishes to be heard in public portion? All right, we're gonna go online though, because we have at least one person. Oh, it looks like Linda Wells, so.
Yes, can you hear me?
Linda, I can't hear you, I see you, it's fairly dark, but I recognize
So
you.
let me in.
Oh, we hear you, we hear you.
I'd like you to see me.
Yeah, we see you too, you're a little dark.
We'd like to see you, but it's okay.
You're in a shadow.
No.
There's an echo.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're frozen.
She's frozen, Charles, the screen's frozen.
It'll take
Oh,
a
there we
second.
go.
There we go. I got
Yep.
frozen for a second. My name is Linda Wells. I'm here with my husband. We are residents of Hampton Bays. Our property is located at 20 Cemetery Road. We and our niece share, we have separate titles, the property immediately south of 30 Cemetery Road, where the HIDEP has already recommended the placement of sewer treatment plant. I wanted to address 2023-666, but having listened to the people who came before me, I think I need to digress a little bit before I make my comments about the fact that I don't think that the resolution and the contract that is going to mirror it in any way represents what Janice Shearer just talked about. In other words, this resolution does not include the scope, which is Janice's stated intent. And when a contract is entered, the intent of the parties is stated in the contract, not by what someone says before the contract or after the contract. So if the intention of this resolution is to set the parameters for the new HIDEP contract, then the way it's stated right at the moment won't get you there. It only says they're only to do a feasibility study for the expansion of the original sewer district, which is, I don't know if there is a sewer district, but there was one drawn in association with the HBDOT, and that it is to consider other properties within the Hampton Bays Business District. Now, I'm not sure if there's a definition of the Hampton Bays Business District, but if these engineers are supposed to widen this survey study, it should at least give some indication of what the parameters are. For example, I know the concern is, are you just considering, is this resolution only considering adding up to the senior citizens center? on Concord? And how about on the west side? What are you intending to add? Janice said, oh, we're gonna go a mile on either side. That's not reflected in this resolution. So the concern is, if it is going to be a wide enough area to capture other sites that would be appropriate for a sewage treatment plant to service downtown and perhaps some other larger area, then this ordinance doesn't get you where you should go or want to go. So you need to fix this ordinance, or the resolution, pardon me, from a place where the ordinance is not resolutions. The resolution, so that it reflects what the area is going to be for the feasibility study, so that everyone knows that you're going to try to include other areas that might be used for an STP. And I say that because when Mr. Hayden came before the town board in July of 2022 with the engineering report that he prepared for the 30 Cemetery STP, he stated that he had looked, or he had considered, other sites within the sewer district that was drawn at the time. The sewer district we're talking about expanding here. And he said there were no sites, none, including 30 Cemetery, that complied with Suffolk County's health department's regulations. But 30 Cemetery was the least, didn't comply the least of all. So, and the town suggested that one, so he did his study on that plot. Well, that's, you know, Suffolk County Health Department has rules and regulations. They do sometimes talk about odor. They do talk about discharge. But I think the people of Hampton Bays and you may assume that any modern sewage treatment plant that you're going to get nowadays isn't going to smell, at least when it's new and operating properly. And it's probably not going to discharge water if it's, or wastewater if it's operating properly. So that's not anything that's in favor of this placement as opposed to others. You can assume that whatever placement you pick, the same is going to apply. The problem you have with this site is it is going to engender variances from the health department. And although Janice Shearer has represented that she's spoken to the health department and it didn't seem to be a heavy ask, I wouldn't be too sure about that. Because what would engender is administrative appeals and lawsuits.
30 seconds.
The rules are, I'm sorry, I have 30 seconds.
Yes.
No, you go ahead, finish your thoughts, Linda. I'll give you extra
For a long
time.
time, and I want to finish this because it's very important.
Yeah, no, I'll give you
So
extra
I think
time.
that this siding, it really doesn't have to do with the typical things about, oh, is it gonna smell? Oh, is it, they shouldn't. The problem with this siding is that it is the wrong spot. It's in the middle of a historic cemetery where people bury their dead. People go up and down that cemetery road frequently. They get out of their cars, they visit the graves, and there are some rules about substantial human use that are in the rules of the Suffolk County Health Department about that kind of use. So this is not a slam dunk for these problems. They're problems, it's gonna be challenged. Amy Paradise is right. He's done Heidick's report, he says, you need some easements up and down that cemetery road. It's not good, that isn't gonna be easy. So all in all, this place was picked because the sewer district that was devised matched pretty much the HBDOD, and there were no places there except this one. I'm assuming that the purpose of this resolution and this contract is to widen, and I know Supervisor Schneiderman, you were all about let's look for other places. Widen the search that would include the business district of downtown Hampton Bays, because I think in general, the populace of Hampton Bays would like to see revitalization, would like to see something developed in there. That's the general feeling of the people. The devil is in the details. Do you want the sewer treatment plant right there next to it in your cemetery? Maybe not. Find a place where you can expand the sewer treatment to many more people, because we know we have a nitrogen problem in Hampton Bays and everywhere. give a wider berth, find a better place that isn't gonna draw a lot of, regulatory objections, and let's get on with it. I think people will accept that. I wanna talk for 1 second before I let go about gravity feed. Gravity feed is not the end-all and be-all of the world, as you all know, because the world isn't flat, isn't hilly, a lot of the world is flat. And there are, I can't even guess how many municipalities, the one I formerly lived in, that is as flat as a pancake. There's no gravity feed that's gonna service that community, and millions of people are in sewer. So just because on this spot, you can have gravity feed, does not mean that another spot that will serve a lot larger portion of Hampton Bays would not be adequately used if you have to use a pumping system. Because, you know, even Mr. Hayek in his report said there are 2 ways to do this.
All right,
I would say,
Linda, you're
if
gonna
this
have to-
ordinance is- if this resolution is gonna be used and you really need to expand your search, table this, revise it so that it does that, so that everyone can be assured that this isn't just going to be a look-see to add more people to use what the current one picked on 30 Cemetery. I think that's the concern.
All right, thank you, Linda. Okay.
That's what it does. That's what we're doing.
Janice, do you want to respond to any of that? All right, Janice.
Sure, I just
you're-
think the best thing to do is to look at the resolution that's referencing a proposal dated April 19th, 2023. And then in that proposal, there's tasks. And the first task is a boundary confirmation. So what everyone is saying is, what is the boundary? And that's the task 1. And it says, working with the town of Southampton, HADUC team will delineate an appropriate boundary to form a new sewer district to service this area, right? The primary focus is to service the commercial properties along Montauk Highway. And they put from approximately East Tiana Road to Bittersweet South, but we need to confirm that. So it's not set in stone yet, but that's the boundary we're thinking that makes the most sense. But we need to confirm that. That will be task 1. Task 2, build out analysis, working with the existing zoning supplemented with information provided by the town with respect to potential redevelopment scenarios, prepare a future build-out projection and sewage design flow rate. So as part of this work, we will collect, tabulate, and analyze the past 3 years of water consumption records from the water district within the boundary to determine current water uses. We will also perform research to identify any existing sewer infrastructure within the boundary and will consider same for including within the future design flow. In addition, the build-out will identify the wastewater characteristics that should be implemented for a future design, taking into consideration the existing and potential future users within the district. And then task 3 is what Ms. Wells was just discussing, the siting review. Evaluate all land within the proposed sewer district boundary and within a 1-mile radius of the boundary for suitability for siting a sewage treatment plant. Available land parcels will be flagged and scored, as we just discussed earlier, with a rating based on criteria. Available land, proximity to water, public-private ownership, proximity to service area, site access, etc. And it goes on, and I already explained those things. They'll attend up to 5 meetings with the town, and they will provide us, several copies of the study. We're not, going back and talking about Cemetery Road anymore. That we understand. That is not
So again,
the
this
parcel.
expands on that stuff.
Yes, it's expanding that study. They are the professionals who have looked at all this, and now that site was obviously not a site. Just as an aside, that is a privately held property that they wanted to do sewage treatment for their own personal plan downtown. We said, can we look at that so that we can incorporate it into this downtown overlay district and it would benefit everyone? And they said, yes, you can. And then we got a grant and we looked at it. That's how this all evolved. So it is still private property, and that's not the site. So we're going to find a different one, and that's what we're doing. So that's
Okay,
pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice.
Mark is next.
All right, we have another person online. Please, is it Mark?
Yes.
So, thank you. I live on Mill Farm Lane, and Jay, you said you don't have a willing seller, but I was wondering what is the status of negotiations with the owner of the property at 1 Barrow Lane at this point?
And Mark, just for our record, just identify your last name.
Mark Jacobson.
Okay, actually, I was not the one who said we didn't have a willing seller. That was town attorney, Jim Burke, said it wasn't a willing seller. Our CPF.
I can't really hear you.
Okay, so I just correcting the record, it was not I who said we didn't have a willing seller, it was town attorney Jim Burke who said we did not have a willing seller. I could tell you that our CPF program only works with willing sellers, so that funding source would not be available unless the individual or corporation that owns that property was a willing seller. So what was your question, I'm sorry?
I was wondering what the status of negotiations with the owner of the property is at this point.
Yeah, I'm not privy,
I can answer that.
well, we do have the attorney for the CPF program who is here, who could possibly answer that. Some of this may be confidential, but go ahead.
To answer that question directly, there are presently no negotiations regarding purchase of this property.
So no one's spoken to the owner? Okay.
So what Mr. McCormick, Dan McCormick, who's the general counsel to the CPF program, is telling us there presently are no negotiations for the town to acquire that property for water quality purposes. Is that correct?
They are no longer.
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
yeah.
So that may mean that the property owner has terminated any conversations? So,
Okay, great.
Okay.
I just want to let you know that there is a growing number of us who are vehemently opposed to this. And I was wondering if I can request the FOIL from the village requesting documents, emails, memos, and reports within the last 2 years in connection with the property address.
all right, so you're not talking to the village now, you're talking to the town, and we do have a FOIL procedure for the town. For the
Yeah.
village, those documents that are public documents, you should be able to obtain, but you'll have to go through the village, probably the village clerk, to obtain those documents.
Okay, great. I'm going to do that. It's also really ironic that our area is surrounded by so many farmlands and trusts, and that they want to, they're thinking, well, we've heard you're thinking of putting a sewage removal site smack in the middle of the neighborhood. I've heard people say, we're not going to smell it, it's going to be a benefit to the environment, but a lot of people have wells in the neighborhood, and if there's seepage, there's going to be a tremendous problem. I mean, I really hope they consider other sites, like near the train tracks in that area that might benefit the village, because it's not benefiting the town.
Okay, and again, you may want to, since this is a village project and the village look to the town to see if we might be willing to acquire a piece of property for them, which may not even be available for sale.
Sure.
I would just encourage you to involve yourself to whatever degree is feasible with the village process. Reach out to the village board. Although you're not a village resident, this is a village project that could have the potential to impact you and your quality of life, so.
Absolutely.
This is not our proposal here. This is the
Okay,
village.
no,
proposal.
I appreciate that. I will reach out. I have another question. Kenko's Tile was sold to a smoke shop or leased to a smoke shop. Can you tell me what's going on with that?
That's news to me.
Really? Okay, that's good to know.
So I can tell you this, if you're concerned about marijuana as a that site as a potential dispensary for marijuana, it did not end up as in one of the areas that is zoned for cannabis dispensaries. So that's in a zone called LI 40, which is a light industrial zone. There are other areas, in fact, a lot of County Road 39 that will potentially qualify for cannabis dispensaries. That is not one of them. Now, when you say tobacco or smoke shop, I don't know if that's permitted in LI 40. in the old Cancos building, but that's, yeah, but it's not permitted as a dispensary for cannabis.
Okay, so I appreciate your answering these questions. I'm going to see what I can find on my end, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Gail Barty's next.
I think I'm on, am I on?
Yep.
Was she on before?
Yes?
Yes,
Okay,
we can.
so my partner always says I sound very angry, and actually, I'm incredibly angry right now, my head's gonna explode. Because you're having two different conversations. One's with people in Southampton that they should, the significant community concerns should be addressed, and you're basically flipping the people of Hampton Bays the bird. We should be educated, we don't know what we're talking about, we don't know anything. Well, Janice should go play golf over at Riverhead, because my partner and his friends are not real happy when they have to cross over to the sewage treatment plant. And we should only be concerned when the sludge gets taken out. Well, if I remember the HADAC report, that was pretty often. So I'm really, completely flabbergasted how disingenuous this town board is related to Hampton Bays, who is a large block of voters, as compared to Southampton. So that town board resolution is very unclear, and Janice's comments are more concerning. The fact that you're only looking a mile away for a sewage treatment plant, where is that radius? Is it my house? Is it Linda's house? Or is it Macy's? Where is that radius of a mile? Why isn't it 3 miles? Why isn't it 5 miles? How far is West Hampton Village to the sewage treatment plant? It's way more than a mile. The cost should not be a concern to this board. The cost, you subsidize that West Hampton Beach sewage treatment plant, and I believe that is uphill, by millions of dollars. The sewage treatment district, the plant was already there. So for you all to talk about, well, it's going to now be gravity fed and a mile radius, but not find as good a site, completely disingenuous. As far as I'm concerned, this is just $85,000 spent to circle back to Cemetery Road. I will not be surprised if that happens. So I extend that miles, way more than 1 mile. The cost should not even be a factor, because CPF should pick up the poop that's already there. If Mr. Kiola or any other developer wants to add more poop, that's not subject, that's not covered under Community Preservation Fund monies, let them pay for it. So this board has better look at that contract and really make it look like you're looking for another spot and not just rationalizing like 30 Cemetery Road roads, because we will not be happy and you will get a lot of pushback. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Gail. All right, we have another person coming on. Oh, you're muted?
hear you.
Let's get you unmuted and tell us your.
So sorry, can everyone hear me now?
Yes, what is your name?
Okay, great. Thank you. And I have a little bit of difficulty, just like Mark Jacobson, hearing all of you. I think if you get closer to the microphones, it might be a little easier.
Can you
My
start?
name is-
Yeah, start by telling us your name, yeah.
My name is Sylvia Bolatti. I have a home at 826 North C. Necox Road, very close to the proposed site that you're discussing for the village sewage removal. And I wanted to first voice support. It sounds like we've heard from a lot of people at Mill Farm Lane, but we wanted you to know that there are multiple other residential blocks that are going to be strongly opposed to the town either purchasing a piece of land for this project or supporting the request or potential request of the village for the town to approve such a site at that location. And I wanted to ask if you could share with us specifically what discussions have taken place with the village with regard to this proposal.
So, there was a conversation with somebody, an engineer. So there's been some preliminary conversations about the village's desire to use this site. They think it's a good site. They say that it's the best site they've been able to identify, and they have represented that the county health department thought it was a good site. And they have asked us to consider acquiring the site using our water quality funds. That's pretty much all the information. So we've asked them to do their secret analysis and to make sure that the public is fully aware of their intentions. And I think you guys are just becoming aware of their intentions. So we have not made any decision to acquire it. Apparently, it is not even, we don't have a willing seller, which puts us out of the game right from the start. So I don't know what the future of the site is, but you know, in general, we do want to see areas sewered. Finding the right location is never going to be an easy thing. And, but the village has done their analysis. I don't even know if they're 100% behind this site, but it was represented to us that the village wants us to consider acquiring the site for their sewage treatment plant.
Thank you. And can I ask you, why is it that, aside from whether or not it's an appropriate site, and aside from the reaction of the community, why would the town consider using community preservation funds for the purchase of this location?
All right, so there are two different types, actually now three different types of community preservation funds. There's a community housing fund, that's a completely separate fund that we use to promote workforce housing, affordable housing. And then we have a fund, part of the CPF, that goes toward land acquisition, groundwater protection, those kinds of things, even active parklands and historic preservation. But a few years ago, a new section of that fund was created. 20% of those funds go toward water quality projects. And so a lot of that goes into grants to get people to change their sanitary systems to systems that remove nitrogen. But we also are looking to help areas that look to sewer, to help them sewer their, particularly concentrated development areas like downtowns. So it would be perfectly appropriate for us to assist, as we did in West Hampton. We provided, I want to say, $4 or even $5 million toward helping them connect to sewage treatment. And that's been a very successful project. And other areas, Hampton Bays is looking, that community really wants to, it seems the bulk of the population would like to see downtown sewered. So if we're able to assist using our water quality money, same with Southampton Village, we have given significant grants to Sag Harbor to expand their sewage treatment. So it is a perfectly appropriate use of our water quality funds, and probably one of the better uses in terms of improving the quality of our surface waters,
And our groundwater.
like whether it's Lake Agawam or Mecox Bay or whatever it might be. As well as Councilman Bouvier is reminding me, as well as improving our drinking water supplies as well.
Would that also be true for those of us who have wells not very far? You mentioned previously when you were discussing the Hampton Bay site that one of the concerns was water, was leakage or seepage into the adjacent water bodies and water table. And as one of the previous speakers mentioned, many of us use well water, and that is a very serious concern because, as you know, it's a residential area. Is that something that you would consider as well?
Well, it's something that needs to get looked at, certainly. What I was saying before was based on a citizen comment about sewage treatment rolling down the street kind of thing. That was a very different issue. So typically, sewage treatment removes nitrogen down to a particular level, more than those IA systems that we're requiring residential properties to have. If you bring it down under, 10 milligrams per liter, you're considering it's a safe, it's like a drinkable standard. Obviously impacts to private wells is something that would need to be studied as part of the secret process, that State Environmental Quality Review Act. I don't know how many private wells are in that area. It's something that the health department would want to look at in determining the appropriateness of a site. But, if you're on a private well, yeah, I think that's an issue that really needs to be looked at.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I just have a couple of brief questions, and one is, what basically is the you said that you approached the owner of the property at some stage, and I just want to know if you could share with us what the purpose was for which the town was want to engage in negotiations to acquire that parcel.
Yeah, so I'm not involved with the negotiations, but Dan? All right, I'm going to bring up the general counsel to the CPF program
Thank you so much.
to answer that.
To answer the question, members of the town board, the original understanding was this property could have been considered alternatively for open space acquisition as well as for water quality. At this juncture, though, because of the village's involvement concerning their proposal, negotiations have ceased. We're not presently negotiating the purchase of this property at all. And basically, we're taking this proposal under advisement, pending more information from the village, as per their publicly presented information, which we now understand is scheduled to happen sometime in June. So members of the public really now know as much as we do in terms of what is occurring with respect to the village action and the information that should be forthcoming within the next month or so. And so we will take that under advisement as it's presented, weighed accordingly, and we may or may not take certain courses of action based on what information is presented. But it's speculative to think or understand what's going to happen from this moment forward until such time that the village presents more information, not only to the town proper, but certainly to the residents, both in the village as well as residents in the town of Southampton.
Dan, why would the village spend all this time pursuing a property that isn't for sale?
Again, if they believe in their scoping analysis of various sites, that this presented to be the best option compared to those other sites, you could see how they thought that this was the way to go. But again, we have no information from a definitive standpoint, right? Because we haven't seen any documents, we haven't seen any analysis that speaks to this particular property as being the best course of action at this particular junction. Therefore, at this junction, we're going to take a wait-and-see approach. We'll take it all under advisement, and as that information develops, we'll analyze it accordingly. That's really where we are, since we are not the engine of the train, so to speak. The village is, and we're waiting for more information from that. And that's really the status presently. But to reassure the public, at this juncture, there are no present negotiations to purchase this property at all, and we're waiting for more information from the village. That is really the two most important points that I would like to convey to the public at this juncture.
All right, thank you.
Thank
You're welcome.
All right, ma'am.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it, and I think the main concern is to be appraised of the developments of this, because we're all very concerned about this, but thank you for the opportunity to speak, we appreciate it.
Okay. And certainly if the town is involved, there'll be public hearings in the future. Okay.
Most of the properties have wells, because we use
And-
them for
and-
irrigation as opposed to using town water to irrigate.
Oh, but you're not using wells for drinking water? You have Suffolk County
I'm
water?
not.
to-
Mine doesn't go deep enough. It goes only for my irrigation, but others may.
Okay. Okay.
Elizabeth is next.
All right, Elizabeth Hook, you are on.
Mr. Schneiderman. I'd like to just follow up on comments made by other speakers about 30 Cemetery Road. Following up on Janice Scherer's comment that she's heard no complaints about Indian Island. You know, I think hearing passively, not hearing complaints does not mean that there's no odor. And I have many colleagues who have complained about the odor when they have to pass the sewage treatment plant while they're playing golf. So Indian Island and Shute Beach, we had the big disaster with their sewage treatment plant, are examples that, you know, any technology is not foolproof. And you can't guarantee there will never be a smell. And you can't guarantee that there will never be leakage. I have informed the board in the past that I represent the Good Ground Cemetery Association. And my question is, why did you go through all of the effort of hiring an engineer to prepare a study, getting a grant for 30 Cemetery Road without ever approaching the Cemetery Association to ask about their views on a waiver of the setback and an easement on their road? As Amy pointed out, that's not going to be given by the Cemetery Association. You could have saved yourselves a lot of trouble and money and public outreach or backlash had you made that first inquiry to see if the Cemetery Association would even allow you to access that piece of property, and whether they would agree to a waiver. So there will be strong opposition, and if you go forward with that property, it's going to involve litigation. If you are sincere about the fact that this is exploring other properties, why not just take 30 Cemetery Road out of the equation in this new contract? You've had a very thorough study done of that site. You don't need any further study of that site. Make people comfortable about the fact that you are being sincere about exploring other sites, and take it out of that contract entirely. Money should not be determinative, as you just pointed out, Jay. The CPF has funds. So if you are telling us that Hampton Bays has to do a cost-benefit analysis to prevent an over-expenditure of funds by the town, when we are objecting to a site that is within our downtown, that is 800 feet from Montauk Highway, that borders two very important, and encroaches upon two very important parcels of land to us, because you want to save money, that doesn't fly. We contribute a lot of money to the CPF. CPF should be picking up whatever that extra cost for pumping would be in order to put a sewage treatment plant in an appropriate location. And I echo Gail Lombardi's comments about, I am really appalled hearing how solicitous you all are regarding this other site outside of the village of Southampton.
30
I
seconds.
don't think we have felt that kind of solicitous response from you. What we've heard from you is that we're obstructionists, that we don't believe in sewerage treatment, that we are condemning Hampton Bays to be backwater. You know, give us the same due and courtesy that you give other people. And finally, you made, Janice is constantly reading from something that I'm not sure what she's reading from, explaining her thoughts and ideas of what this contract is supposed to be. It is clear that it is not clear to everybody else. And the people you've heard from today are
3
not
minutes.
uneducated, ill-informed people. We've all read the contract. We're lawyers, we're judges, we're CPAs. We are educated people, and we don't read in that contract what she says is in that contract. So take that constructive criticism and clarify that resolution to be crystal clear as to what your intents are, because right now, what your intention is, right now it's not crystal clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. Okay, that's, all right, so no one else for public portion. Charles, did you have people who still wanted to speak at public hearing number 12?
I have no other hands.
All right, beautiful. Then we don't need to reopen public hearing number 12. And just to refresh my memory, public hearing number 12.
Special events,
Special events.
Town Code Chapter 283.
Yes.
Apparently, there was a number of them, and they couldn't raise their hands for whatever reason. According to, that's just what I was messaged. The public hearing is closed. We are going to, I'm going to table it till our next meeting.
What week?
I appreciate that.
You know, I'm just wondering, since we had a technical problem and people did want to speak, we could go back, keep the public portion closed and leave the written record open for a week or something, so at least those people could then write their comments in.
It's a good idea.
All right, so,
That would be fine. So,
all right, so let's deal with public portion first. I'll make a motion to close public portion.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bavia, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, public portion's closed. So, Jim, we don't typically do this, but, I'd like to make a motion to, reopen public hearing number 12.
second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing number 12, but
Hold on.
leave,
Wait,
Is there anyone here to speak?
yeah.
well, we
I mean,
already
we
said
didn't
that
notice it, I
it
know.
was not. So I'd like to make,
I thought it was.
all right, is there, Charles, we don't have anybody?
There are no hands.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing number 12, but leave the written record open for 1 week to allow anyone who, well, not just those who were not able to get on, but anyone to make written submissions related to the changes in Chapter 283 special events. All right, Councilman Scavone, you
Second.
want to second that? So that's for, do you want to do it 10 days or a week? Everything else was 10 days, so let's do 10 days?
Yeah, let's do 10 days.
All right,
Supervisor.
so I'll
It's your
just
motion.
change it to, so the motion is to close the hearing, but leave the written record open for 10 days, seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so that's, now we can get to the town board resolutions. Does anybody want to take anything out of order?
Well, I did, but the person I was gonna do it for left 3
So,
hours ago, so.
You know, maybe, can we take 666 out of order, since it's sort of fresh in our minds? A lot of people spoke on it. Which is, because I have some thoughts on it.
Page 33.
It's page 33, so I'll make a motion to take 666 of, great number, right? Of 2023 out of order. This authorized supervisor to enter into an agreement with Hayduck Engineering LLC for professional engineering services in connection with the preparation of a feasibility study to service the business district of Hampton Bays.
I'll second it.
All right, seconded by Councilman Martell.
Before we go on, Cindy, could I co-sponsor it along with the rest of the board?
I thought you were like, you were taking your out there.
All right,
Right,
and
what's
and
going on?
Janice, thank you for coming back up. So we have, so all in favor?
Aye.
Okay,
Aye.
so, all right,
That's
so,
it, you got it.
so I haven't made a motion yet to approve it. So here's what I'd like to address. Well, I'd like to actually amend it. And I'd like to amend it in a way to address some of the community concerns. And it doesn't change anything. It's exactly what we were intending. It's not changing it in any way substantively, but since some people had some concerns, not so much about the resolution, but the contract that goes with it. So, the idea is to look at alternatives to the 30 Cemetery Road
did
property.
But that's-
We've already
let's do it.
studied 30 Cemetery Road, so we could specifically say that, you
Not
know,
to
in a whereas we looked at 30 Cemetery Road and there was substantial public concern, this is to look at alternatives to 30 Cemetery Road. I don't think that's a problem, so specifically.
You want to add another whereas?
Yeah, so, and before we go and dictate exactly what that whereas is, and then there's also, you know, people, I seem to want us to look beyond that, potentially beyond the 1 mile radius, so maybe.
That might change the cost.
Right.
So I
You
would,
gotta
I
be
would
careful.
not be able
We'll
to.
start within the 1 mile, we can always expand
I
that.
think we
Janice,
should
on
do-
that, so we're not talking about just the village business anymore. You said we're considering, say, from Bellows, Pond Road to, what was it?
Bittersweet South
Bittersweet,
Extension,
yeah.
yeah.
And then it's a mile
So we've
beyond
already,
that.
yeah, and then it's a mile beyond that.
Yes.
So, right.
It's a big
I
area.
mean,
But we haven't defined the boundaries of
well,
this
that was what their
downtown zone.
understanding was in their proposal, and task one is to confirm that.
So
So
can
we
we
still have
include
some
that?
iterative, yeah, we have to hire them in order to.
So that's what this is for, and
Go
if we
through
expand
that.
it again, then it would cost more money. So it would be
If you're
another
like, now we
resolution.
wanna look at, you know,
Well,
even 3 miles out, I think
If
we're
you wanna
starting with
look
1
at
mile
that
out.
in the future, you can do that.
Yeah, so
Right
we're
now,
starting with a
this
mile
is
out. Maybe we find a
this
little
I
solid
just
mile.
want to confirm that the transfer station property is within a mile of that boundary.
I don't have GIS open right now, but we can include the transfer station property.
Yes, because several people have asked us to look at that.
But the transfer station is also
It-
Pine Barrens.
You have to realize that, yeah. You
There's a
have to
cost
s-
associated with what you're
I
doing.
understand that it may not be a good site, but I think, you know, we should look at it. If it's, can't be done there because it's in the Pine Barrens,
I'm just saying for clearing purposes.
yeah.
Well, we're running into that now in Riverside. I mean,
Right.
We have to do a
But,
hardship
yeah.
waiver, and it's a big deal. It's not that easy.
So can we specifically, you know, state that, whether that's within a mile or not, that that is a site, including evaluation of the Jackson Avenue site, or, because a lot of people have asked that site, and I have said that that's something we will consider.
Definitely within a mile.
Yeah, if you go a direct line, it's within a mile.
Sure, the way
As
that
the crow flies, I
yeah.
think
Yeah.
so.
But we,
A mile radius.
direct, a mile from the boundary that we haven't even determined.
Right.
We haven't
But from what
determined.
she specified, it's,
Sears Bellows to.
yeah, I mean, if you put a dot in good ground, like center of downtown, a mile directly to the transfer station. Right. I believe it's within a mile.
And there's nothing in
Can we
this.
just put a line in?
Listen, why don't you put to include transfer station?
And then if we have to amend it
Yes.
for money, we have to amend it for money.
Okay, so to include, all right, so, and we have to sort of nail down the language here, but let me try to do this. So, we're gonna add a whereas, so I think it would be right after the first whereas.
Is there a time constraint on this? Can this be approved at our next meeting and we can amend it? Can we table it till the
We
next
could
meeting?
table it, and you wanna clean it up, is there?
Is there or is it time sensitive?
Well, I mean, you know, we just wanted to get underway, that's all, so.
Well, let me give it,
We have all the time in the world.
Let me get a shot at
Can we just
dictating
pull
it.
this and redo it?
Yeah.
Can we
Yeah.
do that?
Instead of trying to
I
figure
don't
this
know
out
why
right
we're
now,
doing this here now.
just table it and we'll just put it on for the next meeting.
I think I could actually dictate this, but if you wanna wait.
I
I-
want to read it.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well,
I'd
we
like to
have-
move forward on this.
Yeah.
I mean, no, I'd like to pass it and get it underway. I mean, if we could do it simply, I
All
believe
you're
the
really
spirit of what
looking
was
to
said
do
today is in this
Add
contract.
that the purpose is to we're not
Consider the,
considering Cemetery Road
Cemetery
right now. It's part of this. You already considered that.
Yeah.
And the other thing is to include the transfer station.
right, there's nothing in the resolution
And
that
then
restricts
put
the
it in the
study to
contract.
a mile. There's no mention
It's
of
in
a
the
No,
mile.
it talks about, it references the proposal, and that is where
Right.
it talks about the mile. So, I mean, if I start saying, I want you to look at every site for the 5 miles, they're gonna say, well, that's more money.
Yeah.
So that's my only concern.
But I would like to establish the actual area that we're looking at. I know it's in the contract, but I think we,
Well, that's task
Should-
one.
okay.
That's task one. We're going to get a map and say, this is it. That's the first order of business. They perceive it to be what I just said. If you want to go beyond that or make it less, then that will be what you will tell them you want to do, right?
right.
Other than that, I mean,
Well, I
don't
know,
know
I
that
agree
there's
with our
any-
town attorney, who is a lawyer, and what he's telling me and what I think I'm hearing is that it already is included in this.
It's in the contract.
It's in the contract. I don't know why we're doing this.
All right, so here's what I'm suggesting.
If you
as-
might want to respond, Supervisor, I don't understand what you're doing here.
I'm trying to make sure that our community has a comfort level in the resolution that we pass. So what I'm suggesting is that we build a second whereas that says, whereas The previous study considered a property located at 30 Cemetery Road, which was met with community concerns, and now alternatives to 30 Cemetery Road should be considered. Pretty simple.
By me.
That's fine.
Okay,
Sounds
and
good.
then, in terms of the language for the landfill property, where, this doesn't say the radius, but.
It doesn't say anything, I'll have them amend the contract to
And-
the proposal itself that you're referencing.
Okay.
To include, or you can put it right in the resolution, whatever you want to do. But we'll
Well, that will
specifically
contradict the
call out-
contract,
So.
if you do that. That will contradict this contract.
This is dating it April 19th. Why don't you just add a clause that says to include the, I'm sorry, I ran upstairs and don't have it in front of me now, but it says the proposal dated April 19th, et cetera, shows a boundary, right? That's what it says right now. I mean, you just say to include the Jackson Avenue complex.
Yeah, so
Land
where-
slash landfill complex.
Yeah, so where it says, whereas after much public input and support for a comprehensive review, that paragraph could be followed with another whereas clause, whereas the site of the former landfill
Mm-hmm.
landfill, is it on Jackson Avenue? Along Jackson, on Jackson
The
Avenue?
Jackson Avenue complex.
On Jackson Avenue,
At the end.
whereas the site of the former landfill on Jackson Avenue should be considered in this
I mean, all
evaluation.
your whereases are findings of fact as to why you're doing
Whereases
something.
are
So
not
just this
legally
discussion
binding.
alone is plenty for us to just
All right,
add.
all right, so let me read it one more time. All right, so there's a new, I'm gonna make a motion to amend to add a whereas clause after the first whereas clause, so it'll be defeated in the first and the second. Whereas the previous study considered a property located at 30 Cemetery Road, which was met with community concern, and now alternatives to 30 Cemetery Road should be considered. And then, before the resolution that begins, whereas Hayduck Engineering LLC has the expertise, there'd be a new whereas that says, whereas the site of the former landfill on Jackson Avenue should be
When you say
considered.
will also be part of the consideration.
Should be considered
Should
in this
or will be?
evaluation, because it's gonna be in the contract, so
Yeah,
it's,
should or will be? Shall.
should
Well,
be,
it's not
should be
will.
considered in this evaluation,
Okay,
okay?
no problem.
Sunday.
Yeah.
You got it?
No, I don't.
It does.
Jim,
We'll
can your
fix it in the
office
morning.
provide that?
Yes,
Yeah, we'll-
yes,
Thank
we
you.
will,
We'll
we'll
work it
provide
Yeah,
it to you.
just so that the legalese is sufficient for the purpose. Thank you.
Whereas the site of the former landfill on Jackson Avenue should be considered in this evaluation. Okay, so I'm making a motion to amend it to include those two whereas clauses. There's
I'll second
a
it.
second by Councilman Martell. Any discussion?
I think we've had more than this discussion.
I mean, are you prepared to pass it as
I'm going
amended?
to
or you
abstain
still
because
pref-
I'm uncertain of the legal implications here.
All right, I'll make a motion to table. I want the board, this is too important to not have the full board. So, if you want to see it
John's a
written.
sponsor on it, so.
Am I the sponsor?
You were one of the
a
sponsors.
sponsor.
Oh, a
Oh,
sponsor.
for
Well,
quality.
you guys can vote on it. I'm
Okay.
uncomfortable because I haven't looked at the
I
contract.
think we should table it
I
till
haven't
the
had a
next
lawyer
meeting.
look at it. I'm just a little uncomfortable with doing this like
Let's just
this.
table it till the next meeting,
Yeah.
and we can have the
The board would like to see the contract that's attached
You
to
all
it.
did see the contract.
Yes, we've
that
seen
you
it. I
wanted
just
to.
don't have it in front of me because I
They'd
wasn't
like
prepared
to
for this.
review it. Okay, so,
How about I will have them include a map attached to the contract, which I think there was one, but make sure the map, and make sure that Jackson Avenue is within the boundary of the map. And
There's an X on.
There's
Sure.
an X on
30
Cemetery Road, I mean, like, what do you want?
I think it's clear in the intent, but
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we don't put ourselves in jeopardy.
Yep.
Okay, so,
Sounds good
I'll
to me.
make a motion, I'll withdraw my motion to amend, I'll make a motion to table.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that's tabled to the next meeting.
Okay, thank
And
you.
you guys will work on
Thanks,
the
Janice.
Thanks, Janice.
precise language for that. All right.
Aye.
Although you did a bang-up job of trying to be a lawyer there for a minute.
I tried to move it forward. But I understand.
And
we
it should
wanna-
be,
we
it
wanna
should
get
be
right.
noted that this is a delay. This is a delay in what we want to do in Hampton Bays. I'm a little sad about
2
that.
weeks.
I get it, I
But you
understand
were
why,
contract attorney,
but
so-
we had, we're doing this study.
Well,
It's gonna
you
be
know,
I wanna make
for
it clear that-
expediency, I don't think that's the reason you do something.
You know,
I think you have to
having
have it
something
done right.
misworded got us into a lot of trouble in Hampton Bays. I'd rather make sure that the wording is absolutely.
Right, and I
Yeah,
want
I
to read
agree.
that
No,
contract very carefully. No, this-
understand.
This will eventually authorize me to sign that contract.
Yes, and that's the way it should.
And this was in the resolution,
That's the way it's
not the
supposed to run.
contract itself.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly, so,
all right.
you know,
Moving.
I want to make sure that the contract reflects the board's wishes. All right, so now we're going to go to the first resolution.
Back to the beginning.
Page 5.
So I'm on page 5, Resolution 634, 2023, and I think I need to withdraw this, right, Jim? Or,
Yeah, I think.
all right, so I'm going to withdraw. Councilman Bovee, you're a co-sponsor, you okay with withdrawing?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so the two of us are withdrawing the resolution.
Town Board Resolution 639 of 2023. This is to adopt a town one-year agricultural use agreement for 2023, 2024.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 640 of 2023 is going to have to be tabled. By accident, this was actually put into the queue, and we haven't had a public hearing on it. So we have to wait for the public hearing. So I will table it to May 23rd.
Just read the resolution.
Authorize reallocation of W-QUIP funding from Flying Point Comfort Station to Hot Dog Beach Comfort Station.
Okay, a motion by the sponsor to table to May 23rd. And who's our
I'll
second?
second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, so tabled.
Town Board Resolution 641 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, authorize supervisor to sign contract extension for subaqueous water main crossing Shinnecock Canal at Mashut Beach and Ponquag Bridge at Lighthouse Road with Banker Construction Corp. and G&M Earth Moving.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 642 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, is to authorize supplemental funding for W-QUIP of Brown Pond Stormwater and Restoration W-QUIP project.
Second.
Subject of discussion, public hearing on which.
Many hours ago.
All right, seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 643 of 2023, authorize the purchase of construction services from Renew Contracting and Restoration Services using the Bay Shore UFSD contract for construction services at 240 West Montauk Highway, Hampton Bays.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
approved. 644 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to enter into an agreement with A. Martin Petrovich, Professor of Horticulture, to review the 2023 groundwater monitoring report of the Sabonic Golf Course.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 645 of 23, authorize the supervisor to enter into an agreement with A. Martin Petrovich, Professor of Horticulture, to review the 2023 groundwater monitoring reports, annual superintendent's report, and management of the Bridge Golf Course.
Same second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 646 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a 2023 service and maintenance agreement with Best Climate Control for maintenance and service of the air conditioning and heating equipment at Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 647 of 23, authorize the supervisor to execute a computer use agreement with Edward Wolfersdorf in furtherance of professional services consulting contract.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 648 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute a lease agreement with Quadrant for IX5AF mail machine system for Justice Court.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 649 of 23, authorize the supervisor to execute a sole source agreement with CI Technologies, Inc. for IA Pro and Blue Team software for Towns Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 650 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, authorizes the supervisor to execute an agreement for the replacement of 3 RTU HVAC units at the Southampton Town Justice Court with Premier Mechanical Services, Inc., using a Suffolk County contract.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 651 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute an agreement with High-Tech Air Conditioning Services, Inc. for HVAC repairs to the lower level auditorium and first floor auditorium of Town Hall.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. Jackie, before you leave, is there one you were waiting for? Because I could take it out of order.
I was hoping for Enterprise and Round Pond.
Oh, Round Pond we did.
Round Pond, okay,
Yeah.
and for Enterprise.
Did we do Round Pond?
Yeah,
We did.
Yes, we did.
Um,
Enterprise hasn't come up yet,
Yeah, that's.
but
for-
I had to,
About 3 back.
Page 102.
yeah, I had to table the other one, the hot dog beach one.
Enterprise on Drive.
102, on page 1, which one, 702?
Page 102.
Yeah.
102. It's right here.
That's the Five Towns one?
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to take 702 of 2023 on page 102 out of
Yeah,
order.
It just
Second.
needs to be amended for.
All right, seconded by Councilman Bouvier,
There's an
all in
amendment
favor?
to it?
Aye. Okay, so here's the amendment, on the be it further resolved, where it says 1 development right, it's actually 2.63 development rights, so we're adding an S, and the word be
Yes.
acquired. So that should read something like this. Be it further resolved that 2.63 development rights be acquired. Everybody got that? All right, so I'll make a motion to amend as I just described.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let me make a motion to approve as amended.
Same, second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This is co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier and Councilman Schiavone. On the motion, this is that piece up along the oval there, that has the radio tower or towers. I think it's very important that we add this to the assemblage we put together already for our sewage treatment in the Riverside community, and this would be a water quality acquisition. So, it's not where the actual plant is going, per se? It's
No,
more
it's
recharge.
It's part of the recharge system.
Okay.
At least that's the current thinking.
Okay, just adds to the buffers, et cetera.
Yeah.
Possible leaching field.
Possible leasing, okay, so any further discussion?
Nope.
All right, I'll call the vote,
Fully
all in
supported.
favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved unanimously. All right, and there was no other?
We do have 2 other acquisitions. I'm sorry, they're right back.
Is there a need to take them
Any
out of order,
amendments?
really?
No,
No.
Okay.
there's no urgency.
So we're good.
I'll let you know if we don't. How about that?
There's the Draconic Trail and the Jill, but they're on towards the end.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
want to go back and
It
I
should
will be
fine.
voting yes on both of those.
You're not
Okay.
worried, right?
I will call you if there's a problem,
Okay.
okay? Thank you, get home safely, please.
So back to page 22?
So now we're rewinding.
22.
Page 22.
Everybody there?
Yep.
Okay.
Town Board Resolution 652 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute any and all documents pertaining to the 2023 transportation contract with Suffolk County Office for the Aging.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let me just double check, I didn't mark my paper, but 651 we did approve, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All
Town
right,
Board Resolution 653 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to execute parks and recreation agreements for programs.
Second.
seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 654 of 23, authorize supervisor to sign any and all documents with Moncito Inc. for website services.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 655 of 23, authorize supervisor to sign consultant agreement with Michael J. Zarro to assist the Southampton Town Police Department with the Hexagon computer-aided dispatch software, niche records management software, and vigilant license plate reader camera project.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 656 of 2023, authorize the supervisor to sign a one-year extension with LMJ and ENT LLC DBA, the Sandcastle Cafe for Tiana Beach concession for the 2023 summer season.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 657 of 2023 to authorize the supervisor to sign the 2023 Sag Harbor Partnership Incorporated Cultural Arts and Recreation Grant.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved.
Town Board Resolution 658 of 2023, award and authorize supervisor to sign contract for a used hydraulic excavator with All Island Equipment Corp.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 659 of 2023, award and authorize the supervisor to sign a contract for a 2022 Ford F600 dump truck with Jen Grass Ford.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Am I on? Oh, I'm sorry. Town Board Resolution 660 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara, declare items surplus and authorize disposal of vehicles.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. 661 of 23, recall and amend resolution number 2023-472, authorizing the supervisor to sign an extended contract with Massiano Consulting, Inc. for grant writing assistance.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 662 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilman Bouvier. Recall and amend Resolution Number 2023-581, authorizing the supervisor to execute a contract with DTN LLC for Weather Century Online Public Safety Program.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. 663 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, recalls and rescinds, excuse me, Town Board Resolution Number 2023-104. There was a duplicate resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 664 of 2023, resolution authorizing the supervisor to sign contract with Ryan D'Amico for sound system at Good Ground Park.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board Resolution 665 of 2023, resolution authorizing the Parks Director to enter into an interim agreements for mobile concession pursuant to Town Code Chapter 111-7B2 for 2023 season at Mecox Beach and W. Scott Cameron Beach and Red Creek Park.
Second?
All right, seconded by Councilman
McNamara.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. The next one we tabled,
666.
so we're up to 667.
Yep, Town Board Resolution 667 of 2023, 2023 notice to bidders for the 2022 F-250 Super Duty with NAPAD body, service body for 696 ML for highway.
Second?
Seconded by
That's quite
Councilwoman
a...
McNamara.
Didn't flow.
All in favor?
Aye. Good job.
668 of 2023 accepts donation for Southampton Town Police Department.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. It's a very generous donation from the Gabelli Family Fund and the Howard and Jennifer Michaels Family Foundation. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved, and thank you to those entities. 669 of 2023 amends the 2023 adopted budget for Building and Zoning Division overtime.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 670 of 2023 amends the 23 adopted budget for highway special events.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 671 of 23 amends 23 adopted budget for special events.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 672 of 23 amends the 2023 adopted budget for the Controller's Office.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 673 of 2023 amends the 2023 through 2027 capital budget and add capital project West Hampton Transfer Station improvements.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 674 of 2023 amends the 23 to 27 capital budget for town facilities improvements.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 675 of 2023 authorized expenditure from town police restricted account.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. Let me just see one second. This is for various small equipment. Okay, so that was approved. 676 of 2023, deposit monies for professional services in connection with the Bridge Golf Course groundwater monitoring and review.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 677 of 2023, deposit monies into escrow account for professional services in connection with the Lewis Road PRD site plan application.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 678 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Schiavone, appoints Susan Cohen, Vice Chair of Zoning Board of Appeals.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone.
She also
Any
goes by
discussion?
Haberman.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 679, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, resolution of adoption amendment of Town Code, Chapter 312, Vehicle and Traffic, Parking Prohibited, Windermere Court.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We had held a public hearing on that one.
Yep.
All right, that is approved.
Town Board Resolution 680 of 2023, resolution of adoption amending Chapter 330-340, through 330-346, dark sky laws for enhanced enforcement.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. And we held a public hearing on this too,
Yep.
not long ago. I think it's a good law. So I'm just trying to decide whether I want to co-sponsor or not.
It's gonna be a whole board thing.
Does anybody else want to?
Sure, I think it's a
Should be
good
the
law.
whole board, yeah.
All right. Anybody not want to go on this one? On enhancing the
I'm in.
dark sky?
You're in.
All right.
Everyone
There's
else?
a- There's a
Everybody
great,
wants that.
great
Rick's good?
segment on Sun TV too, about the
About
dark
it?
skies
Yeah,
and
somebody told
the
me that.
lights and stuff that are available.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
Okay, so who was the second on this? Councilman Bouvier, right? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. And that brings us to what page?
55.
55.
Okay, 681 of 2023, resolution of adoption, amending Town Code Chapter 270-9 to add requirement to publish rental registration number.
Second, and I'd like to co-sponsor
Me
Sunday.
as well.
Seconded by Councilman Schiavone. We held a hearing earlier today on this. So who wants to co-sponsor?
Sunday, I would also, please.
Okay, so, John,
good
do you
one.
want to be?
Sure.
Okay, so the
Don't
whole
wanna
board's
be
gonna
like that.
co-sponsor it. I think it's an important step that will
I think it's a great step.
help
Yeah.
keep people safe and also help code enforcement do their job. All right,
East Hampton.
yes, thank you. All right, yeah. You know, you can learn a thing or two from other communities as people get things right.
We didn't vote, right?
So, no, we have not voted. Any more discussion on it? It would go into effect July 1. So, all right, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved with everybody co-sponsoring it.
Town Board Resolution 682 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell. This is a resolution of adoption, amending Town Code, Chapter 283. I move that we table it to May 23rd meeting at 6 o'clock.
Second.
All right, so the motion,
Or are we on 74?
I'm trying to even get to the right page here.
50, page 58.
Page 58?
Bottom of 50.
It looked like it
missed
just
it.
went on, I must have missed the.
Yeah, I missed it.
We're
So-
looking for the end of it.
Oh,
Lot
yeah,
of
so
code.
events, one, and there were some people who wanted to speak, so we can't approve it because the record's still open. So you made a motion.
Written record is open for 10 days, and
So
I
you-
made a motion to table it for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks. So what's the date?
Till the next town.
23rd.
23rd.
May 20
May 23rd.
May
6
23rd. So
o'clock.
there's a motion, did somebody second it?
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell to
Yes.
table till May 23rd. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now we're on page 75.
So that is tabled, and we're on page 75.
Town Board Resolution 683 of 2023, the cost reimbursement waiver for East Quogue Village Green Summer Concert Series to be held Tuesday nights from June 27th to August 1st, 2023, excluding July 4th, with rain dates of August 8th and 15th, 2023. This is co-sponsored with Councilwoman McNamara.
And Councilman Scavone.
I'm sorry, Councilman Scavone as well.
Second.
Anybody else want to jump on this? No? Okay.
Leave it to each clause and make it difficult.
So, all right, so it's, so there's a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, approved. 684 of 2023, release of performance bond and acceptance of maintenance bond in connection with Mill Creek Heights, also known as Sag Harbor Woods.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. All right. We're getting to appointments and retirements and those kinds of things. So 685 of 2023 accepts resignation of a building permits examiner in land management.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. 686 of 23 accepts retirement of Brian DeLuca, a Southampton Town Police Officer.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman Scavone. Just on the motion, just want to officially congratulate Brian, Officer DeLuca, for his retirement, and wish him the best, and thank him for his service to the town. All right, so we have motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 687 of 2023 accepts retirement of Vivian Miles, minibus driver in senior services transportation.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara, and on the motion, once again, I'd like to congratulate Vivian Miles on her retirement, wish her the best of luck, and thank her for her service to the town as well. All right, I'll call the motion, call the vote, rather, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved. 688 of 2023 appoints Brandon Kelly to senior park attendant from civil service list.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye, and congratulations to Brandon. 689 of 23, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, appoints Brendan Morris to office assistant from civil service list.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Scavone, and I'll call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Approved, and congratulations to Brendan. 690 of 23 appoints Catherine Antos to Animal Control Officer 2 position from Civil Service list.
Second.
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Catherine. 691-23 appoints Edward Leon to driver messenger position in senior services transportation.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye,
Aye.
approved, and congratulations to Mr. Leon. 692-23 appoints Jonathan Migliori to sanitation helper position in municipal works waste management division.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Mr. Migliori. 693 appoints Peter Rivas to Animal Control Officer 1 position in public safety.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Mr. Rivas. 694-23 appoints Ruth Simon to Case Manager from Civil Service List.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved, and congratulations to Ms. Simon. 695-23 appoints Stephanie Gregory to Maintenance Mechanic 2 position. I'm sorry, I said Stephanie? All right, sorry, it's getting late. Appoints Stephen Gregory to Maintenance Mechanic 2 position in Water District.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved.
Town Board.
Congratulations to Mr. Gregory. Go
Town
ahead.
Board Resolution 696 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone and Councilwoman McNamara. Notice of public hearing for supplemental funding for WQIP of Alewife Creek Stormwater and Restoration Project.
Second.
Who's my second?
Councilwoman McNamara.
All right, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved.
Next one is me, okay. Town Board Resolution 697 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Martell, notice of public hearing to consider amending Section 6.5, penalties for offenses, of Southampton Town Code, Chapter 164, fire prevention, in order to increase penalties and aid a mandatory surcharge.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Martell. This will be a public hearing, May 23rd at 6 PM. All right, this motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Approved. 698 of 2023, co-sponsored by Councilmans Bouvier and Scavone. Notice of public hearing to consider the adoption of the 2023 CPF pilot plan.
Second.
Second, so on the motion, I just want to make it clear, because I misspoke at the work session, that this was the new pilot program.
Oh.
This is not the one that provides pilot payments to West Hampton and Remsenburg and Tuckahoe. This is the existing program for the 23-year. The same districts that have gotten it in the past will get it.
Yeah,
And-
because we have to wait till the next year.
We have not adopted the new pilot program yet. This is the old plan. Okay, so I'm sorry I misspoke. We are working on that. We s-
There's an
and-
election
And that is our
involved, right?
intention, I believe, is to expand this pilot program to reach other areas that are
Oh.
impacted by properties being taken off the tax rolls for preservation. But that's not what this one is doing. So I want to make it clear before we vote. So any conversation, any discussion? All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approved.
Town Board Resolution 699 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone. Notice of public hearing for enforcement action at 1 Squires Pond Road, Hampton Bays, Suffolk County tax map as shown for unsanitary condition water supply.
Second.
All right, seconded by Councilman Scavone. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Approved. Okay, we are at 700. A milestone. 2023-700, notice of public hearing to consider the acquisition of lands of Shorts Pond Associates, Marcia Held, Jane Held, and Linda Held, located at 264 Geyer Road and 1160 Scuttle Hole Road in the hamlet of Bridgehampton, New York.
Second.
Seconded by
Second.
Councilman Schiavone, and this would be a June 13th public hearing at 1 PM on these properties. So I'll call the vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, 7:01, notice of public hearing to amend Chapter 247, open space to allow for clustering of commercially zoned properties proposed for subdivision.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier. This will be a public hearing on,
23rd, I think it is.
We had a work session on this a
Yeah.
long time ago.
I think
We
it's
did,
June
yeah.
13th, 23. Yes, the planning department has asked for this. All right. Okay, yeah, June 23rd.
Yep.
All right, so any
I'm sorry, is that at
discussion?
1 o'clock? I can't, oh, there,
23rd is
sorry,
6.
1 PM. Oh, no.
It's June 13th.
June 13th.
1 PM on June
June
13th.
13th.
All right, so you seconded?
Yes.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Page 104.
Town Board Resolution 703 of 2023 is accept a deed of residual fee from Blair K. Gaza for properties to be maintained as open space located at North Sea, Suffolk County tax map as indicated in the resolution pursuant to Southampton Town Code Chapter 244-4, obtaining a development rights certificate, and Chapter 247, General Municipal Law of the State of New York.
Second?
Seconded by Councilman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. Okay, 704 of 2023, co-sponsored with Councilman Bouvier, Martel, and Councilman McNamara. Tell me, John, I don't know, you're left out on this one. Acquisition of lands of Peconic Bay Development LLC and amend CPF management and stewardship plan to include the property. This is just to,
That tiny little
yeah,
one.
just, let me get a second first, and
Second.
second by Councilman Bouvier. It's 190,000. It's actually a waterfront piece. It's a small piece. I think it's actually improved with the structure that's getting
Yeah.
removed. I think
Yeah,
we're gonna
structure's
remove the
not very
structure.
improved.
But I think it will help create a natural buffer on that waterway there. I think it's a good acquisition. You don't often see waterfront for 190,000.
I'd like to be a co-sponsor on this.
All right,
Waiting.
and,
I was gonna second
I'm
it.
ready here.
Councilman Schiavone would like to be added on, Madam Clerk.
It would also give a tremendous
Got it.
facelift to that area.
Yeah.
To remove that
Clean up
structure
that
that's been a
area.
blight
That's
for
true.
a year.
A lot of SOS complaints there.
Yeah.
All right,
Blight.
so, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Are you the second?
Approved.
No, John.
Councilman
Aye.
Bouvier missed the
Yeah.
second. Okay, I am on page 106. 705 of 2023, co-sponsored by everybody. Acquisition of lands of Jill Rappaport located at 427 Little Noyak Path, Watermill, and amends the CPF stewardship plan to include the property. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Schiavone. This is a $2.4 million acquisition of approximately 5.3 acres. This is the one where there's about a quarter acre where she will have up to a 10-year ability to utilize for 2 aging horses that are boarded there. And when those 2 horses are no longer with us, she'll either remove the structure that they're housed in, or I guess we'll knock it down if she doesn't. But there is that provision to allow that use of a small piece of this property that was part of the negotiated acquisition.
It's adjacent to Middle Line Highway and the property that has Camps Pond.
Yeah, this is, I
Beautiful
think, a really
area.
important addition to, it's contiguous to large amounts of woodland. And I think it's really important in terms of, protecting that open space there, lots of habitat.
And it's a nice outcome for Ms. Rappaport, because, she was really struggling with what to do with her horses, so I think it's a nice.
Yeah, no,
way
we're
to get
getting
this done.
it below, I think, below fair market value, so. Okay, So we had a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. And, we still have some walk-ons. Okay, 34794 is, our ninth warrant, capital number 9, CPF number 9, payroll liability.
Second?
Second, John usually seconds these.
I know, he
Waiting
was
for this,
slacking, so.
I was on another planet.
All right, seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Town Board
Approved.
Resolution,
So we
I,
can get paid.
I'm sorry, Town Board Resolution ID 43266, co-sponsored with Councilman Scavone, to recall and amend Town Board Resolution 2021-791 for the distribution of CDBG COVID funds. So
Second.
Basically, what we've done is we had to reallocate the monies.
Same second.
Okay, so I had a second by Councilman Schiavone. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, approved. So next up is doc ID, ID number 43313. This authorizes the supervisor to provide certain assurances and indemnify the county of Suffolk in furtherance of dredging activities at North Sea Harbor.
Second?
Seconded by Councilwoman McNamara. This really needs to get patched.
It was done, was started yesterday.
They started it yesterday, and they're depositing it, I think, on the west side.
West side,
Right?
typically.
West
Yeah, they have
side,
to
yeah.
because of the birds,
Yeah, and that's good, because that's, the North Sea Beach Colony ends up getting the sand they needed
but
over
they
there.
had to because of the birds.
The Town Point side is pretty good.
We have a stockpile there still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, okay, so we have motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, approved. I didn't realize they had already started that dredging.
They think the dredge got there Monday.
Yeah. Okay, that's the last resolution. Is there any other business?
No,
Hearing none, I'll make a motion to adjourn.
second.
Seconded by Councilman Bouvier, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.